What is up, guys? It is Thursday, August 27th, I think. And we call this the morning time because it is the morning time. Can you guys hear me? Do you hear me? Can everyone understand what I'm saying? Let a nigga know with the emojis. In today's discussion, I will be bringing you life and energy into your bland piece of shit mornings, because I know how you guys wake up. You guys wake up with no sense of mission, no sense of something is dynamic and living in me and has to be transformed, then expressed through all my actions. And by all my actions, I mean, by all your actions, I mean, all of your life forces has to be dedicated to a mission, and they all have to be spent to that one mission. Now, this might terrify some business guys because they get into the greedy loop of at $1 million is a house and a car nowadays, and they're like, well, that's just too little, bro. It has to be 25 million, and it's like, dude, you don't understand what you're actually doing on Earth. I don't think you'll ever understand because of the shit you consume. You know, most of the stuff you scroll through past your phone, you believe is the truth. What if I told you every time you're consuming a bit of truth, it's coming with way more lies? And remember, the soul can detect what is a lie immediately. It's in the collective. People know, people laugh, people scoff. They immediately say, this doesn't make any sense. Your soul can detect a lie immediately. That's the beautiful part of human nature. But then there's so much confusion on earth. Why? It's because the soul can detect a lie quickly unless it is mixed with a bit of the truth. And here we have the first evil. When I say evil, I mean everything that distracts. I mean everything that makes you say, I've been doing things wrong my whole life. And evil is that voice in your head that says to you, I've been evolving in many different directions, and no one's been stopping me. There hasn't been any guiding beacon. There hasn't been any light in the fog that says, how about you do this way? And here's the scary part. Look at the stars and all those kind of colonies you can go to. You guys can go to different worlds, right? Many have said, I'm not really interested in the earthly. I have supreme wisdom. I haven't spoken to anyone in 72 years. I have supreme wisdom. I'm following this star trail of these ancestors and these guys. And the truth is, it's not wrong, right? If your imaginative energy goes towards one star path, it's not technically wrong, right? Wrong would be, no, you cannot do this, right? You'd be unfree if it was wrong. You can't go join infinite directions of stars. Some can go that way, slightly this way, little north, little south, little what. You can go whichever way. You don't have to keep evolving in the direction that keeps your feet grounded to the floor, right? Some people say, man, fuck the earth. I'm going to go really far that way. I'm going to go really far upwards. And I don't really care about following this middle destination that I'm used to. I want to I want to explore the cosmos. I want to explore the stars. I want to have more psychedelic mastery than Zherka and anyone that comes up on my feed telling me what to do. Fuck those niggas. I want to do it my way. That's how the youth think, right? And you see a lot of these guys, well, they become ravers, right? And then when raving and partying doesn't fulfill them, what do they turn to? They say, you know what? I'm going to use these psychedelic tools instead of for fun. I'm going to use them as research for uh, genuine wisdom. And there is a lot of light and wisdom to be shared there. And remember, the difference from wisdom and knowledge is that wisdom cannot be talked about, right? There is no wisdom. As soon as you talk about it, you're doing something else, actually, right? This is why the older you get, you talk less and less and less because you see how useless human communication actually is when it's really supposed to be developing into a more telepathic, intuitive connection with your fellow man. So yeah, it's not wrong. I mean, for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of years, individualities have soared through. I'm going to this part. I'm going this. Some tracks are even faster. Hey, this star path is faster for me. This colony of angels that I talk to, that I receive from, these guys want me to do this, and of course they want you to do that. They're a part of that higher. They're a part of a higher plane of existence than you from a much older time. So for them, it does make sense what they're doing. But for you who have your, feet on the ground on the earth, it wouldn't make sense. It would be like joining a family that is going to teach you all sorts of things that you didn't actually come to earth to learn, right? It's like you're going to learn amazing, beautiful, creative, just everything a human could want from every light-filled teaching a human could want, but it doesn't have anything to do with the earth's path. And this begs the question. It's like many people have done this where they say, I don't want to be a part of earth's evolutionary path. I want to go towards these star paths, and I don't have the patience for earth, and I want to leave this place. And it's like, no, you don't. I know a lot of you guys email me and message me and about your suffering, the things you're going through, the people you've lost, all of that, the whole gambit of being on earth. And I just have to remind all you guys in pure simplicity that if you wanted different star paths, if you wanted to go somewhere else, you would have incarnated somewhere else. There is a reason you chose Earth. There's a reason you chose the hardest game there is. And And you remember, it's very different for many different people. I hate when people talk about suffering like, well, we all go through it. It's like, no, some people have, much harder starts than others. Some people have late pains in the game, which, I don't know why humanity always thinks that that's the best for their evolution. Actually, what's best for your evolution is the straight and narrow, rigid path, the small path, the path that says keep your feet on the ground. And I've noticed that, a lot of people come to me for power and they say, I don't want power or a materialistic force. I actually want wisdom. And then they overspill on that side. Whether you go towards earthly power or wisdom from the above, you're off course, dude. You didn't, you should look outside and look at the soil, the minerals, the earth, the trees, the vegetative life, the animals, and the atmosphere as coming from you on this ongoing, ever pouring, co creating energy man has. If you don't know what I mean by this, science gets everything wrong because they don't understand that Earth would not look how it does if mankind was not on it. And I don't mean by, stone tools and machinery or all this stupid stuff we hear from a lot of people. And I know I sound crazy to a lot of people right now, but in 10 years, they'll call me that. They're going to say I'm that, I don't know what that guy's name is, that black guy who talks about Atlantis. He gets a lot of stuff right, a lot of stuff wrong. And those are like those people irritate me the most because I don't want to be in the group with them. I just want, believe it or not, I'm not I wouldn't consider myself a short-term pragmatist, but I do want just to give the information that gets humanity the next step. For some reason, mankind's always worried about 100 steps from now and never the next step, and that's why they're always tripping. It's kind of like people who never accomplish their goals. It's like the reason you don't accomplish your goals is because you don't actually, they're not really your goals. Let's be real about this. I have never had a goal in my life that I didn't achieve immediately because I was looked in the mirror. I said, actually, I want that. And there's always this shadow aspect to the goal that teaches you the lesson of actually, this isn't actually, you know what? We're going a little too fast, right? Or some of you guys who always, I get the number one email I always get is, I'm going too slow in my life. I'm going too slow. And actually, if you're going slow and enjoying it, you're going as fast as you can. Okay. The problem isn't going slow. The problem is no progress, right? That's what a lot of people get into this trap of they make no progress for months and months and months. And by progress, I mean, I think the number one thing all of my students talk to me about is, well, 6 months ago, I feel like I knew thousands of years of knowledge less than right now. I just felt retarded 6 months ago, and now I have firm footing. That's what I mean by progress. A lot of people confuse because I always look at the earthly. What is the earthly? It's money, women. Um, it's not clout. It's status, right? It's very two different things actually. Like Minecraft clout isn't technically clout. Like you'll see a million follower Minecraft channel guy at Walmart. Like this happens to everyone, right? And I'm not allowed to get excited when I say, if I run into one of those guys in person somewhere and I get excited, it looks really weird. It looks like a big, hairy, 6'5" guy saying, "Oh my God, you're the Minecraft guy." I'm not allowed to get excited. But even if I did get excited, it's more like, hey, a young man, 21 years old, accomplished his earthly goals, so he can move the fuck on already. And if you don't know what I mean by move on already, have you ever noticed people repeat themselves a lot? Yeah, that's someone who hasn't moved on with their incarnation. Okay. And a lot of people say, well, if someone repeats themselves all the time and they haven't, they're stuck in matter and they're just aren't they like wasting many, many years of their life? Not really. There's no such thing as wasting. The intelligence of the divine, the most beautiful part, the most beautiful thing that defines what the divine is, working through nature, spirit, all of this, everything you're seeing. The most beautiful thing you should focus on is nothing's ever wasted, not even evil. Right? Even evil gets to get consumed and transformed by love. Even wisdom and power, which are not above love, they get consumed and they get encouraged to go to higher places by this ever consuming, always rebirthing love. And I don't want you guys to ever look in the mirror and say, oh, I wasted 7 years of my life. Because a lot of guys have said, I watched this video, this guy convinced me. And it's like, no, 7 years of wasting your life, as much as you should not be doing that, it does have a bursting effect, believe it or not, right? It has a bursting effect, which is really unskillful. When you look at success in nature or just mankind, you see a lot of bursting effect. Just people going to their bursting point, 7 years of misery, and then they burst. You see a lot of that. And that's not that skillful because you're going to go through that anyway. But imagine you had momentum as you were doing that. That would be a much better explosion of your suffering. It's the difference from the artist that actually finishes their art through their suffering and the man who just suffers for 7 years and then starts 1% of the beginner phase of artistry. Now, who's really cozy here? Who is cozy in their incarnation? clearly, if you're gonna suffer anyway, if you're gonna put on this weighted gravitational pull of earthly karmas that weigh you down to get strong on Earth evolution, if you're going through it anyway, why not with momentum, right? I got a lot of influencers messaging me. Momentum means I gain followers from my channel. It's like, dude, we can hear momentum in your voice. That's not momentum, okay? Like if you have 25,000 extra followers in the next month and you sound exactly the same, you're not certain, you're not confident, you're not, people in your life are not looking at you like, hey, he's a leader who's going to convince me not to follow these. I'm just going to call them random star paths. It's like, dude, if all of your blessings are meant to be on the treadmill of earth, going up and up towards the heavens, little by little. Why would you go for minuscule levels of blessings with different star colonies, right? Different entities. Why would you do that, right? It's like, think of it like Santa Claus. We'll see the divine as Santa Claus, right? Giving you 1 million massive presents that transform your complete being, right? Every step is closer to that blissful state, especially the painful steps that's burning something off. The burning means it's karmically healing you. It's just like a band-aid, right? You put a band-aid on a scar, it gets itchy, it burns. But that's because you're healing. You're peeling off the evil. Not that you cannot be evil, that would be horrifying. The world without evil would be the most horrifying thing you could ever see. There is nothing more demonic than a world without evil, right? Evil means to have the freedom to error. If you looked around and watched moral automatons, just people doing what they're supposed to be doing out of fear, they're just terrified. They're like, oh, I don't want to break the laws. You would see the most communist, disgusting world. You would not even get up out of bed. Do you understand that you wouldn't get up out of bed? Imagine everyone being politically correct and everyone's just a nice guy because they're by instinct nice. That is the most ugly world you could think of. Your instinct is to be nice. That means you're compelled. That's like having an instinct to smash bitches all the time. You're not free. I need to do this. But now, what if the instinct is actually it's about freedom? And by getting hurt and going through error, I will find my own footing on earth, my own footing that aligns with everything that is meant for me and more, which is the long path. If you're getting, let's change it to infinite amounts of presence and maybe 1,000 presents of wisdom from certain star colonies, right? But they're going to melt you. They're going to take you somewhere where you say, this is bliss and I don't want to leave. I just want to abandon everyone I know and abandon the suffering world. Do you really want to abandon your mother, your father, your friends, the stranger that has the same look on his face as you? Of course you don't. Right? What individuality on earth actually wants to go melt into certain star colonies? That's psychedelic retardation, right? So these hippies who keep swarming me, God forbid I use the word hippie. I say, I am a hippie. Then they start emailing me and I'm like, guys, you guys are the problem. You guys are the left wing problem. Let's just say that, right? Whereas the right wing problem would be too much suit and tie energy. It's like, okay, we get it, bro. You got your calculations down, and it's always a suit and tie guy who's very into their thinking and always has less money than me. And I'm like, dude, calculation is your game. I'm more of an artist. I go back and forth. I'm very different from you. Calculation is your game. How am I beating you at the money part? And they go, well, that's because creativity pays a lot of money. And it's like, so shouldn't you be more creative? Why are you all calculation? Shouldn't you swing the pendulum, go from calculation to creation? Oh, no, no, no. I'm just really good at crunching the numbers. Yeah, but you're admitting that I beat you by a shit ton more money. And especially if we look at the next 20 years, which I don't think business guys know. It's like you guys who are making good money are making the same paycheck every year. And you're calculation masters of the material world. How do you have a mastery on it, but you're making the same paycheck every year? Does that mean that if we injected you with some creativity, let's say you start with 100,000 a year, the next year should be 200,000, then 300,000, then 400,000, then 450. Then it starts to slow down. It gets very realistic. But these guys are so afraid to come out of their shell. They're like, I don't risk because I don't like anything right wing, or excuse me, I like right wing stuff, but I don't like right brain energy, right? And it's like, but you're getting beat by, especially if you look at these calculation guys who always talk about the PayPal mafia and stuff. It's like, dude, just because these people look boring to you doesn't mean they are entering into their creative faculties. That's the door they're opening. They're not crunching the numbers, bro. Okay. Believe it or not, even someone, I know you guys love to, I don't know what it is, but you guys, to speak your guys' language, you love to suck off some guy named Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was creative. He was in calculation. He looks like he was calculation because that's the beginning part of his life. But I mean, this guy was he would eat an apple a day, so he kept his thoughts simple, which I really like that, especially because he used the carbohydrate filled with sun forces. Like he really knew what he's doing there, right? And it blends so well with the I'm in a fasted state because I slept all night. I barely, one apple is not enough food for the day, so it kept him clear and up there. But he never froze into some kind of calculation machine. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I guess a better way to word it is if you went out and just got all the money you could in a suit and tie, yeah, you're developing a shit ton of personality. But where is your inner man? The inner man is very creative. Like, think of someone like Khabib, who is all inner man. Is he creative in the octagon? Actually, yeah. I know some of you guys don't like him, but this is why I love Khabib. A human being that can make an art style we find boring look good, bro, that is really tough to do. And trust me, I believe the fans, and I'm not a fan. You guys are the fans. I'm not a fan at all. I think the gayest thing you could say on earth is that you're a fan of the UFC because um, it's what they deliver on one good fight a year. It's usually trash. It's usually really boring. Don't get me started on the Dagestanis, and I would tell it to their face. I'd be like, guys, I know you trained your whole life for this, and I love seeing the inner man and the courage you've built up. But holy shit, are the fans paying to watch an art form? This is not. It's kind of like Picasso switching up his style. He goes from really talented to really shit. The more abstract human thinking becomes, right? And that's like a collective evolutionary thing that happened with everyone. Like, look where art went. Look where buildings went. Look where McDonald's went. McDonald's play. Dude, I grew up in red, blue, green, yellow McDonald's play places with little action figurines, little Sonic games, little toys that didn't feel cheap at the time, which if I saw them today, I still wouldn't think they look cheap. Whereas you look at McDonald's, Burger King toys nowadays, and it's like, are you really trying to save that much money? Right? And when the humans are being more creative and more colorful, they are more generous. That's why the toys look better back then. And the more abstract human thinking became, the more Picasso it became, the more stupid and ugly it became. So yeah, Dagestanis did make fighting this. You can call it creative, but it looks abstract. Well, I'll just say it like this: it's boring because it's abstract. It's weird. It's stupid. It's totally lifeless, man. Okay. I just have to word it like that. That, yeah, I think, and I'm very biased, right? My personality is biased, where my individuality is more like, I like what Muslims bring to the world. They brought a lot of science and all that. But my personality just doesn't like Muslims because they ruined. I remember, and I was getting a ton of money to react to these fights. That's why I do them. It was like a great gig for a young guy on Twitch. Twitch days. Shout out, guys. Shout out, you guys. But man, the Dagestanis and the Muslims, they did ruin the sport, right? Like, good for you for mastering whatever you mastered, but because it slipped away from beauty, it is hard to watch. All that wrestling is hard to watch, and that's why Khabib is so impressive, because he can make an art style that's really boring to watch really interesting to watch. Where even the biggest Khabib haters, they're not skipping through, any of his fights, any of his highlights. They're actually watching. They're like, oh wow, you can bring beauty into something boring. Yes, you can, right? If that is your ruling love, you can do it. And some people will be like, well, Zherka, how dare you say these guys, their ruling love is not their fighting art form? And it's like, it's not. It's Khabib's ruling love. We could tell because we love to see it. Even, you could get a mom off the street, she'd like to watch a bit of that too, right? When someone has a ruling love and it shines towards the world, it's a beautiful thing to see, right? Now, you could dedicate your whole life to something and your ruling love could be, close to it, but not exactly that thing. And it can turn out to look like these Dagestani guys. But Khabib's was tied to his morality, which is always linked to your family and father. If you're a modern Christian, you're supposed to abandon your parents, right? But that's actually wrong, right? That is very wrong. When the divine tells us that we must cut off our parents to go towards higher worlds, what the divine is saying is the blood tie, right? The blood tie that basically we get the law from the blood, right? Our conscience would say this is wrong because our tribe says it's wrong. Now we're in a new time of evolution. And through the Christ impulse, it's your intuition. So what your dad thinks is wrong is not necessarily what's wrong, it's what your intuition tells you, right? And some people have a more developed intuitive state throughout their day, and some people less developed. You can tell because one group of people will always be in prison, always poor, always suffering for it doesn't even make sense, and it doesn't really end until that inner voice gets developed, and the other person will be in the middle of his path. That's really the big difference. Now, you will meet some people who don't have a conscience, and it's not that you're supposed to judge them, right? Actually, believe it or not, some of them can still be moral just because they have habits that are moral, but that's a mechanical good person. It's not really, it's not, it's just a young soul, let's be real. But yeah, this inner voice is huge, right? And this inner voice is going to be linked to your family a bit, all the ruling loves of your life, your imagination. It's going to be linked to, if you've ever looked at an adult, what is an adult? It's just the child version of the man being expressed through the persona, right? People are just grown children walking around, fighting for their inner child, no matter what it is, And I could give examples, but it would be really rude. It would be really evil because, it would imply that I'm studying certain streamers and I can see all their problems and their inner activity, and that's just evil. That's just evil to bring someone's inner activity to their face. It's like, actually, your father didn't love you. That's why you behave like this, and it's in no human's place to tell another human, right? Because it really traps them even more. It's more of like they have to figure it out on their own through their complete freedom, which brings a lot of chaos to the world. And that chaos is like a brush stroke. It is an art form, right? Without chaos, you're not moving the brush at all. And a lot of people are like, well, God doesn't want this. God wants a perfect world. No, a perfect being wants an art piece, because beauty is what transcends earthly decay and death, right? And I don't think a lot of people understand that there is degrees to error, right? There's not doing what you wanted to do, doing something that's really not what you're supposed to be doing something really stupid, doing something evil. Do you see how the pendulum just goes deeper and deeper? And usually it'll swing for mankind. For example, like Donald Trump has a really dark shadow. That's why he is chosen to bring the world into a higher level of consciousness, which is interesting. He's an extremely moral person compared to your average Joe on the street, but he also is very evil. He has both. And you're going to realize that whoa, every human you look up to has both, right? Don't get me started on the saints who a lot of them like it's not that they murdered people. Some of them did that. It's if you saw their whole individuality and what they went through, you'd say, "Whoa, oh wow." So the most evil people on earth actually are holding the greatest presence for mankind, right? Which is mind blowing for a lot of people. That you should be seeing it as the snake that goes left and right. It's like you go the left path, you go the right path, and you keep going back. The snake head goes back to the middle, learning its lessons, getting hit on jagged rocks on each side, right? You find out that the good path, this is what the human always finds out, that the good path is not for them. The evil path is certainly not for them. And they just keep hitting themselves back to the middle, and they keep chipping away at it until something beautiful becomes, right, which is their individuality. If you've ever wondered why the average human who has no esoteric training, they just look deep within themselves and they say, I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm here to do. I don't know anything about myself. Well, the reason why you feel hollow and empty, and the first question asked, who am I? I don't know. People freak out immediately. That's actually very normal. And it's actually the most beautiful part of existence is when you look inward and say, I don't know who I am. Because by not knowing, by admitting you're empty, what are you really admitting to your Lord? You're admitting that you're becoming. That's why humans never actually, well, they keep changing their faces, their values, their thoughts, they keep morphing and they never know themselves. But why don't they know themselves is because they're actually picking with their ruling love what they want to keep, what they want to expel, and their being keeps transforming and it's keeping a record tab of all of it. And it's like, well, what about the past? The past doesn't actually leave. Think of it as in your auric in memory body, right? The past will be the future until the past is refined into the perfect moment, little by little. Now, for a lot of people, this is serious optimism towards the world. For a lot of people, they're like, wait a minute, so all my soul forces that I use, all the ones that feel wasted, get pushed back in front of me, and I get to approach it from a different angle, and I keep getting to grow spiritually taller inch by inch. It's like, yes, you do, right? That's why if you're going through hard times, you need that soul stuff. You need that soul substance to transform. And what's confusing mankind is that, humans see it as, well, at 25, I'm at the peak, and then I start dying, and then I just get old. It's like, no, no, dude, as that shell is getting old and wrinkly, your inner being is becoming luminous and beautiful. And these are not new age gay words that you should confuse, right? None of your soul forces, none of your efforts or super efforts on earth ever get wasted. Some of them will become a part of your being, and others will be used later on in life, recycled and transformed. But if you think you can just get away with things, or just, oh, I wasted my time with a certain project, it's like, no, you didn't. Let's say you're not an artist, but you concentrate on sketching. and you build up 10 years of strong concentration with that, that actually can bleed into other areas of your life, believe it or not. So it's not wasted, right? And it hasn't blossomed either yet, because effort actually blossoms into things you can see into the external world, or even inner talents and capacities, right? And this takes a very long time, but you should never see it as a timeline, right? I do believe humans don't have a long enough timeline to develop their personality, because it develops so fast. Let's be real. Personality develops very fast. It's the inner man that has trouble nowadays. And if you don't know what I mean by this, is look at the young 21-year-olds of today entering ego consciousness. They are babies, right? If you ever noticed that they're babies, they're like, you can't call me that. That's not my pronoun. And their inner man is like very baby. And their personality is huge because they can talk for 3 hours to Ben Shapiro about pronouns, right? They can spin your ass in circles talking about whatever topics they want. They know everything about their gaming and their TV and their Game of Thrones and their everything to do with their personality, but that feels very empty. Because remember, the personality, that persona mask you put on, fits perfectly towards your inner individuality or your inner man, right? Think of like Bionicle. That mask fits perfect. It's not fake anymore. But if there is no inner man being built up, right, with the personality, like think of personality as the skyscrapers and the buildings are growing taller, the city is getting more mechanical, and so are personalities. And then nature, trees are growing at a slower pace. That's the inner man. It's, you have a nature to you. Don't forget that. You're not just a mechanical personality, suit and tie machine man with machine feeling. You're not that. And does all these distractions you go through in life, do all these distractions you go through in life actually jeopardize you from building what you're supposed to build here? And really it's refining, because you have a lot built up that, and a human can't even avoid building themselves. It happens, right? Or it, bursts like a dam and it happens. It's more like the gunk that you have to delete, and by delete, nothing's wasted, it gets transformed. But that is a deleting process. Like, for example, if I talk to you when you're 30 years old, about 90% of your life we'd have to delete. Your likes, your dislikes, your all the fake phony stuff we'd have to delete and keep you to your boring core. And your boring core is going to blossom new fruits for you. Huge, massive wins. Some of them internal, the world won't see them, and some of them external, and they'll hear the V12, the car, the whatever the fuck is your personality gets excited for, right? Which shouldn't be ignored. Not totally, at least. And the whole point of you being on earth is you get a finite amount of time under serious pressure to become your genuine myth, which is linked to many. And I know a lot of you guys hate when I say this, but whether you like to admit it or not, whether modern Christianity has you convinced or not, you've been here before, you've had many lifetimes, and the only way you can convince a young man that they've had many lifetimes before is here's where they're messing it up. Because your instincts and your gut are telling you that. So, you don't believe me, but your instincts say something else and they smile at you, right? Here's a way to see it. Reincarnation is very stupid when you look at Eastern practices and the way they describe it. And, they've really lost the plot. So it is sad that we have to go to a German idealist to understand reincarnation, because he completely changes the definition, right? He tells the truth about it. Whereas a lot of the Eastern traditions say stupid stuff like a human cannot come back as an animal and all this dumb stuff, although you have animal forces in you already, right? You are the world. You have to remember that when you see reincarnation, see it as every 500 to 1,000 years, but really 500 years if you're lucky, right?
So yeah, and a lot of people are like, well, what map do I enter in 500 years? Well, it's the same map you made like a honeybee. Your thinking, feeling, and willing every single day is crafting your new map. Why do you think you're eating food every day? It's building the new body, right? The laws of the universe won't let you fall apart. They're going to bring you back, however, whatever your ruling love is, whatever you want to do, you're going to come back and do it. Okay. So let's say your ruling love is exploring the world, but it starts off as aggressive and instinctual. I have to do this. This is my will. Well, you rule the world as Alexander the Great, but that's not your genuine love. It's getting close to it, but it's not actually it. Then you have another life, 500 years from that incarnation, and all those soul forces. What did Alexander the Great do as a young man for his whole life with his thinking, feeling, willing? All the places he visited, he was pouring seeds into the atmosphere of his new condition. God doesn't just say, hey, I'm going to make something for you because I know what you love. He says every second, minute, hour, day, month, year of your life, you tell me the mini stuff you love that is all connected to the medium stuff you love, that's all connected to the big stuff you love, which is all connected to your ruling love. And you pour the seeds of how you want your next incarnation to be, right? So long as it keeps you on the path of infinite blessings, because there are other paths of there's melted blessings paths where you go into blissful states but you melt away, right? You lose what you're building, and imagine losing infinite gifts coming your way. You don't want to lose that for 1,000 gifts that melt you into, let's say, the clouds. You don't want that. And that could be blissful. You ask a stoner or a pothead, their head is in the clouds. They're like, oh, I like my blissful state. Leave me alone. Right? Oh, I just want to make music like Wiz Khalifa. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You can do that. That ruling love of yours is music. I get it. Right? But just know that you're having your feet, grounded and taking the patient path has a lot more blessings for you. And blessings should never be seen as pleasure. Okay? There's going to be a ton of, remember, this is going to make you hate humanity, but all pleasure you see on earth is actually grace from the angels, because if you can monitor, like a lot of people say, oh, karma means you get what you deserve. And that's not actually, well, let's just be real. If humans got what they deserved, if they got their full karma, if the laws were perfect, right, mechanically perfect, just the way you want it, right? With no God involved. Just, God says, let the karma just do whatever it wants, right? Let just make everything fair, super fair. You would see tsunamis, earthquakes, floods. The whole world would be completely destroyed in 24 hours. That's how much evil there is on earth. Now, when you go around your town, city, whatever, village, and you see people at bars having fun, and you see people playing at the park, and you see a lot of good in the world. Yeah, humans bring a lot of good into the world, right? I wouldn't say a lot, a little. But most of the time, when you're having a pleasurable moment or a good week, good day, good year, or whatever, most of the time, and this is where philosophers hate any kind of spiritual activity in the realm of thinking. This is where they want to stab people like me. Believe it or not, all pleasure you see, most of it, at least most of it, is from grace. It's like you don't actually deserve it, right? This is why every single saint in history gets. This is why you're meant to be infinitely humbled. And that's not like, oh, I reflected on what Zherka said, so I understand it. No, no, one day it's gonna be a part of your total mass, your total being, and you're gonna say, whoa. There's a reason why humility isn't I'm humble for the sake of being humble. It's whoa, we don't deserve any of this, even with all the chaos in the world, right? And what is this grace? Like, what are all these stars doing? Each star is slowly turning, a colony of angels caressing our heads, our thought forms, right? Giving us grace and relief and saying, just a little further. Think of like waves in the ocean that push you a little further, but they don't want to, they're definitely don't want to mess with your
free will. But when they see you stuck on a rock on a piece of moss, they push you a bit more in golden light, right? And here's the problem. A lot of spiritual colonies want you to go that way or this way or that way. You know, everyone has a ruling love. Every single system has a ruling love that wants to take you to a different kind of paradise. There's infinite paradises, astral paradises you can go to. Remember, Jesus Christ was shown all these paradises and said you can have all this plus the earthly, right? And he was shown the waters, the astral, right? And he said no, right? Because he's headed for his father's kingdom, which is much higher than these paradises, which is a much longer road with much more suffering, right? And you know, that is your story. That's where you are at on earth. So you can take detours. There's a lot of people who smoke weed and they do their little drugs and they take detours and they say, well, I like this you know, this, when someone says, oh, I feel high, what they're saying is they're entering with certain spiritual forces and chilling with them. Because by chilling, I mean, think of yourself in a group where everyone is radiating love towards you. That's what angelic chilling is. And remember that an angel sees you as the biggest gift to them. Even though they just want to help you, your evolution gets them further up their blessings. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, angels are just good human beings." Yes, they are, right? They master it on earth, and you know, bit by bit, the ancestors are more ahead of us. Those ancestors are much more ahead of us. And then there's angels that are not technically ancestors. They didn't spend any time on earth evolution. And those guys really help us, right? Because they're not the free will angels. They're the ones that govern the laws of the universe, right? And those ones want you to go all the way up, right? Think of a giant golden palace, right? And each floor, let's say there's 1,000 floors of this palace, and it goes straight up. You don't want to stop on the second floor, which is, the death experience for most people. It's like, oh, I want to stop at this heaven and this one. And, there will be detours. Don't get me wrong. You will have your childhood personality will be fed and, which is linked to your previous past life childhood personalities. And right. They morph, they change, but there's a theme. Remember, a human is so vastly different from another human. It's mind boggling the way the liver works, the way the heart, the cells in the body, it's a one universe in miniature. Okay, each human you look at is a universe, right? This is why I forget the saint's name who said, "One human life is worth more to God than a whole universe." This is, directly paralleling that quote. Because a lot of people confuse that, right? And then a lot of people say, "Oh, it's satanic to think you are a universe," and it's like, dude, I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of universes you can. Oh, I like to chill in this universe and that one, and there's stoners chilling here, and there's pot smokers, and there's ketamine, and there's this one's a dark heaven. What is in here? Well, it's ego consciousness, cocaine addicts, and they destroy their lives. And then, okay, what's here? And this is deep ego consciousness through alcoholism, but it's taking away from you. It's like they're all eating your brain matter because remember, it's not necessarily evil to be high, in certain spiritual planes of existence, so long as your flesh body can handle it, right? Like in the future, being in a high blissful state is directly linked to a Buddhic path, which is what everyone's meant to inherit, right? Where you feel love doing nothing in a room with a fan, right? You're just generating love. But if that's eating your brain matter and destroying your organs, frying, like druggies, they fry their instrument. And remember, it's not like a lot of people say to me, bro, the brain, I destroyed my brain. And it's like, dude, it's just an instrument that's reflecting higher realities where you're actually at, right? This is a remembering process, right? But it's being done because
This whole way back up is, remember, God in all of his immensity, which is, think of the Father principle that can't even be spoken about, is so large it doesn't need you to exist. But it's love, meaning all of that bliss of the divine must be copied and shared with others. And it's shared with all of us. But now check this out, it's shared in a limited path so we can go back towards him in a remembering process. This remembering process means everything you do will be done in freedom, different possibilities, and so it's all authentic. The whole point of the game is that you never have the feeling of, well, God knows what I'm going to do, so what's the point? You're supposed to have the feeling of, he's with me right now and he doesn't know what I'm going to do because it's up to me. And he wants me to be free. And he wants me to walk all the way back to his divine consciousness where, boom, you realize he always knew, but you still got total freedom from it. That's the remembering process. This is why Socrates says everything you learn is actually remembered, right? And a lot of people freak out and get scared. They're like, well, we're going back to the one. When does it end? Oh, it does end, but it doesn't actually end in presence because we will never fully reach. What do you think happens when the perfect copy is complete, right? We all go from the one consciousness, right? Which is, well, it's much higher than consciousness. Consciousness is a lower level explanation of the monad, right? It's many steps lower than perfect oneness, right? Consciousness more linked to this world, right? Which feels like, whoa, we can learn everything about this world. It's like, bro, you don't know that every movie and TV show you ever watched about going towards the stars is actually correct, except you're not only going that way physically, you're going that way mentally, which means every single incarnation you're pouring seeds every day of what, let's say you're 20 years old, what are you receiving at 20 years old in this incarnation is what you, the seeds you put in from the last one, right? All the things you love. Now remember, a lot of people love courage more than anything. They watch a story at 5 years old, they read a tale, and all they want to do is be the hero of the story. And courage is their ruling love. You'll know these people because they suffer the most. The seeds they plant is just suffering seeds, right? Have you noticed that the hero suffers the most? They give themselves the most cruel type of story so they can transform into the highest level of courage to serve their Lord. And that is their cosmic story, which is very important to them, even more important than their family. That's why they incarnate in situations where their family's never alive and they get bombed, they lose 20 people in their family, they're left alone, and their incarnation is speed running this courage that they're building. Not fake courage, because they you can never know if you have other lives. Even when you know you don't know, you can never know where you end up. Even when you think you know, you don't know, right? So it's genuine courage they're building. Right? If you ever see someone immensely suffering for 72 years, what their ruling love is building something a lot larger than everyone else. And, a lot of people have asked me, so is it all hierarchy? And it's like, yes, but remember, you should see it as all is one and all is becoming individual at the same time, which is, I know, paradoxical, but basically, when you become more of yourself, you actually love more, right? Like, I don't mean to throw shade on any political people, that love politics, but there's a reason why a political chat will never individuate in this lifetime, right? It just won't happen for them, which is really sad and dark and depressing. But usually, if you're a part of politics, it's a hive mind thing, it's a feminine thing, right? And we need that feminine energy to reflect, but we also have to go forward, right? And transform and be masculine. And anyone off balance here is like, you're in for a rude awakening. Although you could have a lot of fun. There's a lot of hive mind people who just like they get cozy and they love every part of their existence except the mirror on what they're building. Right? Have you ever seen those guys who collect their little toys and they just like stay in their little room and it's just all about cozy, cozy, never discomfort. I mean, they'll eventually get it, but it'll take a lot longer. And a lot of people are like, "Whoa, how much further ahead can one human be next? You know, like compared to the next guy on the street?" And it's really simple. There are humans who are thousands of years ahead of you, right? They were completed a lot of what they were trying to do during Egypt. We're directly linked to the Egyptians. There's also other people who are a million years ahead of you, right? And a lot of people don't understand that like time really doesn't matter because the further you go out in time, it actually becomes imaginative, especially if you look in the past. Like when you see the descent and the fall into this world, which was supposed to happen, so you develop your individuality. When you look in the past, there's a reason why they don't write, they don't record anything, before the Bronze Age or whatever the fuck the timeline is nowadays. But the scientists keep changing it. But they say, why didn't they record anything if they were advanced? And it seems that they knew stuff. And why didn't they record anything? And it's like, because you're leaving time and entering an imaginative world, meaning in the air, you would receive revelation from spirits, you dumb monkey. You wouldn't ever write anything down if you're receiving revelation from spirits every part, you would all be meditating together in front of the rising sun every morning and absorbing as much, pouring all that sunlight into yourself, but you would be also talking to your personal spirits, right? And which are heavily linked to your imagination today, which shouldn't be confused with fantasy, right? Fantasy is when it falls apart or when it confuses you or when there's a trickster or when there's anything evil is fantasy. Remember, fantasy gets people killed. Fantasy gets people's hearts broken the wrong kind of way. Hold on, let me turn this alarm off. I'm horrible at this, right? Let's see what we got on my notes here. Fantasy is everything that makes you say, "Oh, though that month of my life didn't go correct." Yeah, that's because you're following fantasy. Remember that fantasy can. Remember, there are entities in this world that are going to flash images at you and say, "Yo, come this way. Actually, you can build courage faster this way. Actually, you can do this faster," and it is faster, it's just not your path. And you're always going to have this uneasy feeling when a lot of people ask me, what about, how do I know I'm on the right path? And I'm like, you'll know you're on the right path when you don't know it's your path, but you know there's a moral atmosphere here where you feel correct, right? Where temptation is just tugging at you, it's not gripping and clawing you, right? And if you don't know what it's like to have temptation grip and claw you, you have to go find out. What the fuck are you doing listening to your pastor and priest, right? Oh, I should just deny it. It's like, no, you should go feel what those claws on you feel like at least once. You should be, you shouldn't be an idiot, but you should feel that, hey, I've observed my sin directly. I've felt the claws of temptation and what my personal struggles are, right? Whereas a lot of people just sin and go unconscious as they sin and they go, they never learn from it or things get worse. And the thing I hate most is when people say, I'm on a loop. I don't think being on a loop is that bad of a problem because it's actually implying that the process is healing. Where a lot of people think a loop means endless cycle. It's like, no, this collective energy of spirit that pours into us, what do you think is moving the time forward? The evolution. If you just stayed in your room for the rest of your life, you'd still get older, right? The spirit would still be pushing you toward, nudging you towards your evolution. Wouldn't be the best use of your time, but you'd still get older, right? And th- that means these loops do end. Now, if you really want to fast track your progress, observe your loops, right? If you really want to fast track your progress, say, okay, these are the things I have not done in my life that I've always been curious about. Knock them off your list immediately. Immediately. You should not, at 21 years old, you should say, what does a, and I love when humans follow the zeitgeist because they have no choice. Oh, I don't want to date as a teenager. And then you spend all of your 20s dating hardcore. And then you're like, whoa, what the fuck? You didn't follow the zeitgeist of, the collective of what they're doing. When the collective says, "Oh, it's time for beers and party," yeah, go join them. Join the collect. It's good to be a part of society. You learn the greatest geniuses and philosophers were studying society before they said this is actually wrong, right? You study it and you say, okay, this is what I don't like about beer culture. This is what I don't like about this. This is how much time it consumes and stuff like that. But you don't build a shadow because you'll realize later that you're doing things in a different time period than you should have. The best way to do things is to, I always give the example of watching the new gay movie. There's a new gay Spider-Man movie. You have to watch it. Why? Because billions of people are watching it. Do you want to be like the billions of people? Hell no. But do you want to understand why you don't want to be like them? You'll only understand that if you go to the theater and watch their little faggot faces. I'm really fucking attacking these guys. Right? I enjoyed that movie too. I don't remember it too much, but I did enjoy it. And I enjoy people watching more, right? Because if there's something you hate about society, it's, oh, I don't like how they're evolving. They're evolving too slow on certain things, and then you realize, oh, you're pointing at the things you don't like about yourself. That'll help you. All self knowledge is gold, right? Meaning anything that pisses you off is pure gold to you, right? That's why you have anger. So remember, the greatest fear in cosmic existence is getting trapped in matter and not receiving infinite blessings because you're stuck on some one place that's getting you a little degree older year by year. That's about it. That's as far as you're moving. The waves are barely pushing your ankles, right? You're just stuck in the sand, right? Stuck in matter. That is the greatest fear against freedom, where there is so much sympathy for that kind of stuck soul. And if you don't know what I mean, go look at a person behind one of these Chinese restaurants or whatever you drive by, and they smoke a cigarette in the back of the restaurant, and they're fat, they're ugly, they just did nothing with their lives, and they clean pots and pans all day. And you'd think that I'd have some kind of spiritual sympathy for my fellow man, but no, I'm disgusted I'm disgusted by humans who don't use their thinking, right? Not their organ, not their brain, but everything they're reflecting with their brain. From yeah, I mean, it's mind-boggling how much genius the average man has that he says, no, that's too simple to be genius. That's actually too simple. It's more complicated than that. And it's like, dude, you meet one of the rishis, you meet one of the masters, you meet one of the seven planetary masters of existence, and you'll say these people are too simple to be intelligent. And what do you think going towards the one means? The one. It's simple, right? One is the most simple number. If you made all your notes that you're studying into one big note, you'll understand it better, right? If you play sports and focus on one part of the game, I'm a striker, I got to kick the ball into the net. Anything you simplify into the one will make sense to you. It's an egg to be hatched, right? Oh, but this is my diet. Then you simplify the diet into the one thing that has to happen every day. It'll make more sense to you. If you everything you learn in the modern world about more is it's going toward dead thinking. It's not more, it's always less. If anything, have no judgments when you talk to anyone or anything you watch. Have zero judgments, and you will feel a hole on your head. Your head will feel completely empty. You won't like the feeling because you're not reflecting and pondering and doing all this. But that whole empty feeling where it just feels very light on your head, that you have no judgments, right? You're not forming any opinions. You're just watching. You'll start seeing in the you'll start seeing into the interactivity of whatever you're watching, of whoever you're talking to, and you'll start to understand them more and what they're saying. And then it can get a little rude where you say, okay, these are the kind of people that are really just rambling. And I always say, like, if you're surrounded by personalities, you're in trouble. Like, you don't know where you are. And then you talk to someone who, even if you disagree with them, they have a life project they're working on. They're all inner man. It doesn't get more inner man than that. Those people are really interesting, even though they can freeze you and make you dry too. And so the answer is never an answer. Like, there's never an answer to your problems besides balance. For some people have to go more left, some people have to go more right. And what happens when you go more right? You have to go back left again to balance that out. And it's never ending dynamic process because you're alive. You're alive. That's why you balance yourself. You're alive. Okay. If it was a mechanical world, you would have a system that just, oh, this is what I do every single day, right? The Kantians that DM me, it's like, bro, you guys are the worst of the worst, right? What did Kant say? He lived a whole boring life, perfect schedule, never missed a day. And then in his deathbed, he said, this is fine. And he's just like the most boring philosopher in all of humanity. I think he ruined the world, right? When humanity falls out of love with philosophy, that is just a dark, dark, dark period you're in. You sit in a room with personalities. What's your favorite TV show that someone else made, bro? And then you guys just talk about TV shows, and it's like, what did you accomplish with that? But if you sit in a room with 8 people and say, who are you? A lot of them are going to start crying, right? Especially the people who are built up, quote unquote. They'll keep rambling and rambling actually, I'm this person, I'm that person. It's like, are you doing Zherka stand-up comedy, or do you not know who you are? And I never ask someone, who are you? I say, who are you becoming? It's a lot more simple my way than your frozen way of, this is what I've built, this is where I'm at, right? And a lot of people don't realize that it's fun to have an art form to your life. It's really fun to have a dynamic schedule. It's really fun to be sober. It's really fun to be successful. It's really fun to not need the success. It's really fun to build up your nest of money that ultimately you're just going to give to someone else. You're not taking it up with you. You say to your son or your daughter, take all this in a way where it doesn't harm you, like a welfare system. I think the greatest way to do that is, I like the trust fund system of, it's like, hey, you can have all this money I built up when you're 45. Until then, you're on your own. I think that's the most loving system there is. And, a lot of people have asked me, like, would you do that to your kid? I don't know, because we say we're very wise and that we love these systems until it's time to actually do it. You're going to look at your 5, 10-year-old and you're going to be like, they're so cute. Why, why would I make them wait? Right? That's going to be your base instinct. Or like, what if they need the money? But the divine always gives the money, right? Even if you're homeless, you'll find a way to eat, right? If the birds are fed and they don't worry about eating, they just fly around and what they get their food from their freedom. That's how you should live too. But shouldn't be confused with a lot of these hippie guys, right? Like, there's a lot of hippie guys who are like, well, Zherka just does whatever he wants all the time. It's like, no, I mean, you could say that when I was poor, but if you did whatever you wanted all the time, you would never actually be successful. Trust me on that. You would never, if you just did whatever the fuck you want, you would be so scattered and you would be in pure spiritual poverty. Okay? You want meaning to what you do. That's where the free activity is. It's not actually doing, you're going to have 1,000 impulses to do stupid shit and you pretend that's freedom. No, where are those impulses coming from?
And why do they act so differently when you observe them? Why are you on your best behavior when you observe yourself? But when you don't observe yourself, you get really aggressive, really chaotic. And is this just words, or are we meant to keep talking? Every single month of our life has to have a transformative language to what we're becoming. Why? Because eventually we're going to stop talking, we're going to shut our mouths and do this internally, right? But we have to keep battling everything the zeitgeist throws at us. If the zeitgeist is saying everyone's dating at 21 years old, yeah, it's good to start dating at that age, right? The zeitgeist is, telling you that this is the moral norm right now. The moral norm is dynamic and living, right? The moral old is get married at 14 and whatever, medieval shit, right? It's like, no, look at the norm, okay? Live within the norm, do not get possessed by the norm, because that's when you start making up weird normie rules. Very weird. There's normie rules like I'll only date a girl 5 years younger than me. I'll only date a girl 3 years younger than me. Don't make rules. Look at which woman balances your psyche the most. Okay. It's not the woman that's just like you. And it's definitely not the woman that's completely different from you. Right. You look at people who balance you out, where you say, okay, I make a lot of money feeling free. I guess I'll keep kicking it with this one girl. Again, you don't want to see that as a forever process because of the norm. The norm is going, like, I'll just say it, it's blackpilling to a lot of you until you realize what it's for. You guys are going to, a lot of you guys are going to have like 3, 4 wives. Okay. You're just going to keep falling for this modern Christian myth, right? Where Christianity's real until you bring the living and dynamic into it, which is today. And then it just doesn't really work for a lot of people. In other words, they're just, what is the zeitgeist today? Everyone just talks about one thing. Why do we have to marry hoes? Right? Which is brutal. Like, imagine you're a good guy and you have to like marry a hoe. Right? It is kind of brutal. And the answer is that your priest actually got it wrong. Okay. You don't have to do anything. Right? But you're going to find a certain person that balances you out. And if they're deepening your development, that person is probably worth more than the lifestyle you are living. Although, if you ever have the thought that you cannot deepen your development without them, well, then you're fucked. And they'll sense it and they will leave you, right? So, we're trying to get a paradox out of your reality. We're trying to make you so independent, you're on an island alone, but you're supposed to share the island with someone you love, right? That's a very, you telling me two things at the same time. It's a dynamic process of living. You're just gonna have to reflect on it, little homie. Okay. Now, I'm not here for relief. I'm not here as a care package. I'm not here as a paratrooper medic coming to stitch you up. No, I'm telling you, the labyrinth you're in, the map has a minotaur out there that's gonna fuck you up. It's got horns. It's aggressive. It's found you before and stabbed you before. I'm not there to stitch you up. No one's going to be there to stitch you up. Okay? You can blame God, you can blame whoever, but until you transform on your own 2 feet, fucks it matter. That's all you're here to do. And you'd think that the more stuff you solve alone through your own individuality, that the more you'd say, I don't need God. I don't need angels. I don't need nobody's help. But it's actually different. The more you accomplish alone, the more grace you will perceive, right? Because you're lifting others, meaning that tidal wave that the angels caress and push onto you, that golden light, they say, help him out more. He's doing it for the others. And they watch us because they're nourished by us, right? The one thing they hate is suffering. They hate that you're suffering, right? You should hate that you're suffering too. You should say to yourself, actually, I want to understand my suffering. I don't want to be like the guys at Walmart, right? I always tell people get artistic with their suffering, get extremely artistic, which doesn't mean a brush, right? It means something else for Khabib, a very different creative process for certain individuals. So it means a different thing for Floyd Mayweather, which has the most beautiful ruling love on earth. Could you imagine a more beautiful ruling love than Floyd Mayweather's love for boxing, which just exposes people you think you believe their ruling love is boxing until they face Mayweather and they say, mine is larger, right? And they uplift mankind. Like a lot of people don't realize you could call Mayweather a piece of shit. He's uplifted millions of souls. That is a soldier of God, whether he likes to know it or not, admit it or not. You don't really understand how his thinking, feeling, and willing really, really transform everything in this reality, right? Now, we don't idol worship them because the ego inflation challenge does make everyone fall off, right? It makes them fall from grace all the time. Actually, I'm doing it on my own. And it's like, dude, this is a cooperative effort, but only when you're an individual. It's like it is hierarchy, right? You can only, I know this is why all these new age and esoteric channels and spiritualists and mediums and all the ugly words we talk about. I hate, we don't like these words at all. Or I'd call them unconscious spiritual channels. They just winging it and they don't know what they're talking about. This is why they hate us and our team so much. It's because we only speak of hierarchy and they only speak of love and that everyone's actually on the same level. And by the way, if when you look into groups of people trying to lift mankind to a new height, yeah, there is a left and a right wing side to that too, right? There will be people who say, no, we're all just a hive. We're a hive. And we are a hive, but you got to bring honey, right? And I make the argument that individuality is a lot more important. You can only join the team. Well, you work for the whole team regardless. You can't be a piece of shit. But you can only join higher levels of honeycomb and honey if you're pollinating, if you're fertilizing. You understand? The honey is grace. You want the sweeter the honey, the higher the plane of existence. Okay? And unfortunately, all the honey you'll experience in your life will be poison first. A lot of people don't like to admit this, but look in the scripture. You want wisdom, get ready for pain, serious suffering, right? No human actually wants to be wise. Have you seen what a wise man's face looks like? Have you seen what an old Gandalf wizard's face looks like? I mean, he looks cooked. He looks cooked, but he is always optimistic that mankind finds their way. And it starts with really all of your billion fake interests, your fake ruling loves. You have to delete them. You have to delete everything in your gallery that reminds you of them. You have to delete every video you've made that isn't connected to your ruling love. You have to delete all the friends that are not connected to this ruling love, this evolutionary path. You have to even delete family members who distract you from studying. Maybe they message you, let's go to the movie theaters and watch a Spider-Man movie. And it's like, we already did that. I don't want to do that anymore, right? And you'll notice you'll have like one seed ruling love, and you'll say, wow, I'm so boring now. And now you'll start to flourish. But man, if you continue to watch all the influencers and all the books and all the TV shows and all the movies, you'll be stuck in fantasy land forever. You will be stuck there forever. You'll always be at a higher octave. You'll always be pulled through, but you'll look around and say, why am I the least evolved?
Why am I the most ugly? Why am I not shining? Why have I let everyone around me down? How are you letting people down? You've been here for thousands of years. You should have something by now.
Yo, Zherka.
Yes, what is your question?
I don't have a question, but I do wanted to comment on the space that you're hosting because at this exact moment, I really spoke to myself this morning and I was like, okay, my life isn't as I want it to be going. And I really have a deep feeling that I need to work out and get fit. And that's like my intuition. That was what was speaking to me. And the fact that you're saying that right now, it's like deleting the ugly so you can focus on the true beauty of your life. It's like the exact thing that I was meant to hear, and I just find that really insane. And it's just like I'm like, okay, so it's just a confirmation from God, basically.
I don't
And
know. I don't know if you should see it that way. I think you should ask yourself if fitness is the next journey where your temple becomes tight, strong, and erect. Are you going to be those people who spend 10 fucking years trying to make it happen? Or let's be real, most people never, most people say, hey, I've lost some weight. I actually got fit. I actually did it. And it's like in your head, this is not what you wanted. You want to go a lot deeper with this. Are you going to be these people that they go 1% of the way? They say, actually, I lost 10 pounds. I think I'm good. Are you going to be these fucking losers?
no, I know deep down this is something that I really need to go all in on, and like this is like it's one of those things where it's like on a to do list. It's like the last thing, and you're like, okay, I know I need to do this, but it's like I just keep putting it on hold because I'm like, oh, I can do it, like next month or like, oh, like next week I'll go, and it was like just eating me alive to the point where it's like, okay, I enjoy life. It's beautiful. I paint and I go and like you said, like just hang out with my friends. But I know deep down it's like fuck. Like I know I should be doing this, and it's like regardless if I know like where it will lead me, I know that this is what like because there's like signs that I'm getting as well. Not to be like schizophrenic, but it's like it's very clear to me. So it's like, and I was like, I was scrolling Twitter, and I was getting ready for work, and I see your live, and I'm like, okay, this is insane.
Would you say
So
it's a clear, quiet inner voice telling you, or a
yes, and
loud
not
voice?
not some loud voice.
Very
Loud
good.
voice is like the
Very good.
paranoia, and then I
Yes.
was like,
Yes.
yeah, I was like, fuck, this is it's like everything just it's like a loud bang, like a loud bell, and everything went quiet, and I was like, fuck, this is literally what I need to do. And I've been putting this off for like 5 years of my life.
How old are
And
you?
So basically, you should just do it then, right?
no, exactly. And I just stopped being a bitch, stop being like, like who gives a fuck, like go to the gym even like at 5 p.m. when it's like crowded as fuck because I live in Toronto and it's just like a fucking zoo everywhere. And it's like
I
even
mean,
if
most people who go to a gym never even get fit. I think the butter of life is realizing, hey, I think I'm gonna finish my fitness journey without people around me. They're distracting me. I mean,
yeah,
how
I,
many
I hate
people?
I
I,
hate
I get this from so many people. They say I bench press more when the gym is full, and I'm like, bro, you look like shit. You've always looked like shit. Just admit it.
yeah. Yeah, I'd rather work out like alone. Like I go to the gym like at like 6 a.m. when there's like no one there, just like old people, or like three people on a treadmill, and it's like I feel much more of a peace and focus rather than just like a bunch of people like just
No,
walking around.
fuck those old people too. Get them out of the gym.
I would, but start screaming at them.
Isn't that horrible that we have to pretend old people are doing, oh, I'm working on my fitness. Everyone has that. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. When I was deadlifting, going crazy, the most jacked I've ever been. Holy, it was 270 watery, and then we went back to like 255, but like with six pack. I didn't have to get too lean to look too fucking tight. I just looked like I filled every part of the shirt. And I remember thinking, I just got surrounded by women at the gym, and I never spoke to any of them. Where the fuck are they now, right? I never spoke to any of them because I knew what they're trying to do. I knew that they have hive minds, they waste your time, they waste their own time, right? And all my buddies who didn't get jacked were like talking to these girls, dating these girls and stuff. I just remember the power of focusing on what one thing. It cannot have temptations a part of it. It's just that one thing. And it was a big regret of mine too that I'm like, oh, I kind of should have gone out with some of them. But then I realized, dude, my buddies who went out with them and stuff, they destroyed their livers and organs and gained no followers and for nothing. They didn't even get that many gains from it. And I just remember thinking to myself, you know what? There's something beautiful that happens when your goal becomes one. There's 1,000 things that become one, and there 10,000 things leave you alone. They just, oh, we respect it, right?
Yeah, it's like everything kind of just boils down to that one thing, that one goal that you want to achieve and that you're going to achieve. So,
Just tell all the old people that COVID's in the building.
yeah, no, but honestly, thank you, Zerka, and I would definitely enjoy speaking with you again. But I just want to say thank you, and like, this is like a confirmation for me. So,
That's
yeah,
fine. You are me. It is fine.
yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Let's bring some others. Who do we got on? Who do we got on?
Yo, Zherka was good.
Yo, yo.
Yo, might be a little bit too much info, but can I ask you about some life advice? I got some like family drama going on, and I want your opinion on it and what I should do if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I started posting really far right content on social media. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I made this one video where this girl was showing off like her black baby dad beating the fuck out of her. And I stitched it and I said, you know what? You burn the coal, you pay the toll. And my fucking family hates me now. And they hated that video so much. And yeah, my siblings, they despise me. They're like, you're splitting apart our family because of politics and this, that. I tried to make amends with them. I tried to compromise with them. They won't compromise. They're like, you have to take down all your videos and stop selling the shirts, take down the website. And I don't want to stop doing that, right? I still want to make this type of content, right? I think I'm a little too deep as well. But yeah, I don't know what I should do. I tried to compromise. They're not having it. They still hate me. I've been incredibly respectful to them, and they're calling me like a bad person, evil human, all this. So
No,
I don't know what I should do.
I've kind of been here, although they never attacked my freedoms or individuality. But I had a choice to make. Do I want to keep making videos and getting a ton of followers and clout, but always constantly put my family in danger? I mean, they were getting bothered, and I remember just saying to myself, I'm not the kind of guy that would follow my dreams. I would rather leave my family alone and let them live a good life. And that's what I did, and then I focused on the money aspect of my life. I said, you know what? If the clout gets my life, if the clout hurts the people I love, then you know what? I'll just make the money and make it up to them and buy them certain gifts and stuff like that. And which really broke a lot of their hearts when they found out. Someone must have sent it to them. I don't know how they found out because I would never
Yeah.
say this in front of my brothers or my cousins or my mom and dad and none of them. But I don't know how they found out. And then they were heartbroken. They said, "No, you should be making YouTube videos. You should be doing that." And because they felt like responsible. And I'm like, yeah, I
Yeah.
can't even enjoy being live on live stream knowing certain addresses were getting doxxed and all that. And I just remember thinking, it's not that the juice is not worth the squeeze. A lot of people would say, actually, this business wise would make sense. You could give back to your family. It's just the idea that they have kids and they have real lives getting really fucked up where I'm just having a blast doing whatever the fuck I want. When it comes down to following your dreams or your family's protection, I'll always choose the family's protection.
Yeah.
Always. And a lot of people are like, what? That makes no sense. And it's like, you don't realize that it's not actually your dream. A lot of time it's not. How many times do humans find out in the end of a many year process that it's not actually their dream? So it's always their fantasies. It's always this evil, selfish stuff. Would be tough if I made no money, because I would still choose. There's something about safety that is so that is that is ultimate freedom. Does Zerka care about his own safety? Not at all. I'll do whatever I want. But if my family gets involved, it's kind of like if I'm Batman and they know my secret identity, I would quit that day. I would quit. And that doesn't make a good hero story. That actually makes you look like a cuck. But in the real world, there's lunatics and maniacs who really don't. I don't like what Zerka says. I have to murder him somehow, and they don't have the
Yeah.
courage. They don't even have
You
the
get
courage.
death threats all
They
the
don't.
time. Yeah.
They don't even have the courage to murder me. They'll go for someone like someone that's close to me, right? It'll be one of those things of evil, and I'm just so sick of American culture promoting the you have to make your dreams come true no matter what, even if it kills everyone in your life, and even if it destroys every relationship in your life. And it's like, dude, that sounds devilish. That sounds like you're actually that sounds like, hey, I want 1 million followers playing Minecraft, but everyone gets doxxed all the time. That's not worth it at all, right? And some people would be like, just get over, it. Just get them to go to different places and different homes and stuff like that. It's like, dude, I don't worry about my parents travel the world all the time. I don't worry about them.
Yeah.
But I don't like to go to bed thinking that I can be the reason for their demise. That's a horrific feeling. And the idea that, hey, I'm selling these edgy shirts, but my family keeps getting doxxed, but I still want to sell my shirts. You're a piece of shit human being. You're like a genuine piece of where your treasure is, there will be your heart. Your family's getting doxxed and getting approached at restaurants, and you do the, hey, actually, you know what, I'm gonna fight for American freedom, and then you find out it's actually because you're excited when you see the money. It's not about American freedom at all. Humans are such pieces of shit. It's kind of like those gangsters who will fight the other gangster even when they see them walk around town with their kids. It's like, that's just fucking evil. That guy's with a child. That guy's with a toddler, right?
But
It's
it
kind of like,
takes like some level of self-awareness, right? When you're in that situation, sometimes it's hard to sort of slow down and smell the roses.
well, it's really about the style. Like, if you have a regular style online, you don't get doxxed and destroyed. But if you're an edgy type of individuality like me, that's not free. Being edgy is never free. And I don't tell people not to be edgy. I just think humans are pieces of shit. Do I snake my audience because they're like, oh, I want to see more live streams of Zerka? It's like, yeah, I snake my audience, but you have to remember my audience, when we look at just my earthly personality, my audience would be considered worms compared to my family or people close to me, like worms. Do you know what worms are? Like shit you step on the ground. And i
Yeah.
I
love
think
i
Andrew
love
Tate has already covered that.
well, that's the most interesting part, is like, if you're going hard like Tate. And you know what's funny is everyone online will tell you otherwise. Every single influencer you ever talk to online will say, no, you're supposed to keep going. You're supposed to keep going no matter how many lives you destroy. And it's like, look at the streamers that actually do that. You're going to look at the ugliest human faces you'll ever see because their thought forms are ugly. These are the ugliest, nastiest pieces of shit faces. When I remember they're calling Nick a coward because he took a break when his family was getting dogs so he could get everything correct. So everything was safe. So
Fair.
he
That's
laid
fair.
low. And I remember when the whole internet was calling him like, whoa, you're supposed to go triple, double down. And Nick wouldn't do it. He would be more strategic, right? He got security. That's actually how you're supposed to move, because you got to remember, you're in the world of demons. People want to murder your family. People don't know they want to murder your family until it gets activated. Nick will say, well, actually, this transgender person, blah, blah. And the transgender person will go after not Nick, but his mom, his dad, his someone. And so it is Nick's job to keep his family safe. It's not his job to make money. So what? So what? He
Yeah,
can turn into a meme when he gets blasted like Charlie Kirk. What did they do when they blasted Charlie Kirk? They turned him into a fucking meme because
yeah,
they're
they did tell.
demons. They are
Yeah, but
demons.
remember the left celebrated that shit, which was insane.
Yeah. Well, the right celebrated with Erica Kirk as well. Didn't they have sparklers?
They celebrated with her. What do you mean?
They had sparklers in his funeral.
Oh yeah, the theatrics and the
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought that was worse than what the left we can expect. But
Well, I
goddamn,
think they're both pretty evil. I think both of them can be
yeah.
pretty evil. Yeah, but
Yeah, I always encourage people. Listen, man, your career path that eventually links to your higher individuality through a gradual process. It will always be through you protecting more people, not less. If you ever, there's a lot of people think I'm fighting with everyone because I'm telling the truth. Have you ever seen these kind of channels or these kind of these people who tell you I'm beefing the whole world? I mean, I think it's Sneako's a good example. He says he's beefing with everyone because God is on his side. These grandiose personality types, they're the highest level of faggot because they always get someone killed and then they always cry in their room that they got someone killed and they ruin their whole lives. And these people are very dangerous. Now, if your family's getting doxxed and shit like that because you want to make $8 on a shirt, bro, I think that's a sad existence. I think you didn't come to
yeah,
earth to do that. I don't believe if your career doesn't, if you don't have any kind of dignity with your career, I don't think it's a career. Are you, what are you, an OnlyFans woman? Like, for me, it's the safety thing. After the Charlie Kirk thing, I really looked at people and I said, we're pretending there's no monsters out there. There's a lot of monsters. I'm not talking about the guy who shot Charlie Kirk. That's just a military guy doing his job, right? He's just following orders or whatever, right? Mossad, whatever you want to call it. I'm talking about the monsters that celebrated, that we know they're monsters. They're lurking and waiting to harm you and your families. Not that you should be afraid of them, but you should definitely move strategic, right? And this is rich
Yeah,
coming
and
from someone like me.
yeah. It
one
was.
of the
I've
things
been
I want to
trying to
add
do
to
that.
that is like they're trying at the moment to get us to unite with these monsters. They say unity is great, division is bad. Well, how do you unite with people that want to kill you?
Yeah, you don't. It reminds me of like Marxists are like, we need to have like a class consciousness uprising, or all the proletariat. We need to take down the bourgeois. It reminds me of that, right? But I definitely won't team up with anyone who wants to put a gun to my head or even wants to see a bullet in my neck like Kirk, right? And I've been trying to shift my content more to like instead of like serious political videos, some more political like satire. So it's like less offensive
For the
and I can
edge
show my
lords, I
family.
for the edge lord guys, I always recommend you find your edge lord friends. I don't know why you want your family involved with your edge lord stuff. Like that's ridiculous, right, dude? Families want to cook blueberry pies and they want to do other things that you want to do. You're not supposed to like block their freedom because you want to talk about edge lord stuff. We have group chats for edge lord stuff. Most guys in
Yeah.
my Discord, they don't pay. Most guys don't pay in the beginning. They don't pay for the knowledge. They get to convert it after, but usually they just want a group chat to laugh with, right?
Yeah, I get that. His thing is, I didn't show him it. I don't. I have no clue who showed him it because
Aren't you famous?
like micro niche, right?
I hate that when people say I'm niche. What you're saying is I'm a loser. Why do you guys keep calling yourself niche, bro? Pop off.
Well, I don't think I'm nowhere near like Nick. So
Yeah, he's a main. I would consider Nick mainstream. He's definitely not niche.
yeah, right. So, but yeah, I have no clue how they even found out about it. I just got a text one day like, "Why are you posting white supremacist content?"
Are they in trouble? Are they getting their families destroyed? Like, are they burning down the stores? Bro, my uncle's store almost got burnt down by some
No.
people that didn't like my edge lord stuff. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I'm rich. I don't have to make these YouTube videos. And my uncle's like, no, you keep doing what you're doing. Fuck these guys. And I'm like, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, no, nothing like that's happening. No doc. I've never been doxxed. Family hasn't been doxxed. My full name is not on the internet. It's been completely scrubbed. I've been really careful about that. It's basic internet etiquette. Don't put your full
Well,
name
if your
on the
face
internet.
is on the internet, it's kind of game over, isn't it?
No, not really, because the only way I have my face on the internet is with my alias, right?
That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Like you said, your face is on the internet, so you're good.
No, that's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said. You said the name's not linked to the face. Like there's not people in your city that can identify you and turn on you. What are you
Well, the
retarded?
thing is, I doubt they would find it. So
What the fuck?
They
But
will.
what your goal is to pop off, so they will see it.
yeah, I mean, what do you think I should do? You think I should just quit entirely, or do you think I should just be a little bit more like strategic? Or
I don't get why people don't look, man. You're gonna make dumb decisions making money in your life, but it should every year you should be transforming the way you make your money, refining it so it's more moral every year in a gradual kind of way. Like yeah, an OnlyFans girl that converts genuinely can change the world with her following. She's useful to society. She's not useful to me because I don't buy it, but someone like Nala who makes her OnlyFans and then gets people towards the Christ impulse, she's actually doing more than the average guy because she has a huge audience. So people are meant to transform all of their darkness upwards, little by little, gradually, and that becomes eventually you don't sell the edge lord t-shirts. Now, are you going to ask someone who's like, a lot of people consider me to be like some high level comedian, and so they say you're funnier than anyone I see on. You're funnier than Dave Chappelle, Zherka. And I'm
right,
like, I know I'm funnier than the black guy, but check this out. Would I sell those shirts? If I am the comedian, yes, I would. I 100% would sell those shirts, but that wouldn't be my total identity. That's got to be crazy that, like, if you notice, like, there's aspects of Zerka that's very comedy, but that cannot be the whole Zerka. Like, how, let's just word it like this. Aren't comedians the most sad people in existence? Like, think about it. A fat, ugly comedian who made millions of dollars still trying to make you laugh at 58 years old. There's something really depressing about that. And I'm thinking of like the funniest guys, the Tim Dillons. There's something really sad about someone constantly trying to make you laugh. It's like you're 58 years old. If anything, bro, make us laugh when you're 25 years old. But don't do that. You're 58 years old. You're trying to make an audience laugh. Or it's like when you see Joe Rogan do comedy. It's like, ugh, stick to your podcast, bro. It's like I don't consider myself a comedian. I don't try to go for the comedy route, and I'm better than these guys because I don't. And then these guys just keep forcing it, and you find out that they're all cucks, and they let their wives walk all over them. They're getting cheated on, and you find out they have no inner man, and you find out all this disgusting stuff. You find out that they're grown children, and most of them are actually disgusting people, not like evil. I'm just saying like completely useless. They don't know, they don't have survival instincts. They can't do anything, right? They can't even lead the public the right way because they're just distracting them with endless stupid entertainment. They don't push the envelope. Comedians are the saddest types of people in existence that get rewarded millions of dollars. Like how many people look at someone like who's that guy who's that skeleton guy that dated Kim Kardashian? Pete David.
Yeah, yeah,
Davidson.
I don't
Davidson.
even know the name. Pete Davidson. Pete
Ugliest
Davidson.
motherfucker I've ever
Well, no,
seen.
let's just be real. Like, he's a comedian, but nobody wants to trade lives with him. That's why he almost took his own life and became suicidal. And he had a lot of problems. Why is that? Is because yes, financially you'll get rewarded when you grow your personality every single time. Well, most times. But if the inner man doesn't grow with it, which is your nature, right? If that's not blossoming, you will kill yourself with 10 million in the bank. Trust me on that. It is a lot of people look up to comedians. Comedians are losers, bro.
Robin Williams, Jim Carrey.
I think Nick Fuentes is the only comedian that actually looks like he's doing something good for society. And he is, where you look into it, you can hate his politics, and he is. Why? Because Nick Fuentes focuses on the calculation side of his life, the inner man, the mature part of it, the Christian nature that says, hey, people are dying, right? There is a seriousness that balances his comedy. But when you see a human that has no seriousness and it's just Joe Rogan when he smokes a bit of weed and thinks he's funny, something really corny about that. And you're not going to wake up the masses. They put on comedy because someone in their life died recently and they need the comedy. I get it. I totally get that. Whatever that fuck that is. I just think it's a waste of time compared to going. Imagine someone dedicates all of their time to philosophy when they lose a loved one. How much better of a position are they than the guy watching entertainment? Like, ask yourself.
Yeah, right.
100%.
It's not even comparable. And entertainment's gonna find a way to bleed into your life in a million different streams and rivers. So why would you look for entertainment if it's always going to bleed into your life? Like it's like looking for water and it's always your house is always flooding. It's like, bro, it's always gonna flood your TV. Never look for entertainment. If you cut out all of your entertainment, it will still find you. You will still drift. You will still find a way to distract yourself from what you're trying to do. And let me tell you this, bro, if you don't use all your soul forces into bettering humanity, that means every second of your day, if it's not all, and with the rest and entertainment periods being just so you can feel rejuvenated enough to help society more, if you're not using all those soul forces, it's going to be a really ugly death for you. You're not going to like what you see.
Yeah. Hmm.
Sell your damn shirt. What kind of shirts are you selling? You're here to make a fucking gay ass plug?
No, I'm not gonna plug it. I actually just wanted to hear your whole thoughts on it because
Listen,
you
man, if I could have it my way, I would sell Hitler shirts, but I don't want my family involved with my business life. It just doesn't make sense. I don't understand. I don't. It's kind of like, I got really lucky because when I came on the scene, everyone would ask me on podcasts, how did you think of the name Zherka? That's such a cool name.
I
And
remember you
it can,
saying
it,
this.
it, it can be funny too, your name. And it's like, how did you think of that? I can't think of a username yet, Zherka. I want to start the YouTube thing. I can't. And the whole time I'm looking at them, I'm like, oh shit, nobody realized I used my real name. 5, 6 years later, they all find out it's my real name and they go, dox the shit out of him, destroy him. And I'm like, yo, these people are actually, you think, wow, it's kind of like you using your face. Nobody knows right now. They're actually retarded, but eventually someone starts, going after you. And the weird thing is, humans never get doxed and destroyed if they're relatively inactive. But if you go live and walk around the streets of whatever, bro, you get doxxed to like being a streamer has to be the worst life ever. You're seeing a lot of poor streamers never making money, hoping Eddie's gonna wipe their ass on kick.com or whatever. And mind you, we were making fun of these guys. I was making money regardless. I was making fun of these billionaires. And these guys who are poor are destroying their lives, their family name, their family businesses, all that just for what, 28,000 followers on TikTok? Like, this has got to be the saddest trade-off, right? This doesn't make any sense at all. I do love edgy t-shirts, not that I buy cartoony shirts or any of that kind of stuff. I buy
Yeah.
fabrics like silk. I buy stuff that feels good. I don't care about the name and stuff like that. Unless I remember during the Twitch days, I said, buy colorful clothes because it's a young audience. And I was genius the way I did that, right? Because they considered me too aggressive. So I'd buy these big yellow hoodies and these big red and blue hats, and they'd be like, "Oh, he feels like the dad who never played baseball with me." I found a way like that. But no, if I'm buying clothes, I'm not going to wear an edgy t-shirt, so I'm not really your target demographic. But I will tell you, if it was linked to your darkness, if somehow those shirts were linked to your darkness, I would never tell you to stop. I'd say, no, fuck your family, keep going. But it's not linked to your darkness, it's linked to your fucking, you're making a bit of money. That's all it's linked to, right? That's very different. It's like this slam poetry I make is destroying my family's life. Yeah, if it comes from depression, you have to keep making it for your own sanity. But if it's just poetry that you're selling, making money, and you're just kind of doing nothing for the world, then I'd say mature yourself.
Well, yeah, I originally came out about my views. Like I was like just like a normie, like drumming influencer. I was just making like very generic drumming content. And I fucking
What does that
crashed
mean?
out. What's up?
What does that mean? Like actual drums?
Yeah, I'm a drummer.
Oh, that's so cool. I
Hell
haven't I,
yeah.
I haven't heard that since 2001. Like that is actually cool. How the fuck you give up drumming for fucking
Hey,
t-shirts? Are you
listen,
a
nigga,
fucking
That
nigga,
homo?
sounds like your
You're
nigga,
a
path,
listen,
fucking homo,
though.
bro.
nigga.
You're
Hey,
gay as
listen,
fuck, bro.
nigga, listen. I implement it in the videos.
You gave up Breaking Benjamin energy to
That's one of
some
my favorite
teacher.
bands, bro. Don't shit on me. That's one of my
I
favorite bands.
That's my favorite band of all time. And I like Linkin Park, but sometimes I can't. You know, if everyone's listening to it, it's hard
Overrated,
to
bro.
listen to. You know what I mean by that?
What?
Like you know how the whole world now after Chester died, they all listen to Linkin Park and it's nostalgic. I can't listen while the whole world's listening, so I have to come back to Linkin Park in like 20 years. You know, because there's something cringe about doing the collective. You know, like I like noticing the collective. I don't like being involved in the magma and stuff. But Breaking Benjamin helped me get through some hard times, bro. It's just like to me that's rock music. You know, that is rock.
Yeah, heavy metal. Yeah, it's like
I
it's like
don't think it's heavy metal. You know,
almost like butt
Breaking
rock
Benjamin is the
metal.
one band that can scream on a microphone and it's actually beautiful. Whereas a lot of heavy metal is just stupid screaming. Let's be real.
Okay, now you're shitting on me too fucking hard now. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, I like the music with the screaming, bro. But yeah, Breaking Benjamin, definitely one of my favorites as well. Top five. But yeah, I was just
Crispy,
making
can
like
you
normie.
drum Tool's Numa?
I fucking hate Tool. Hate them.
What? What? Okay, okay.
I can't. I hate prog. I can't stand that shit.
I don't even know what that is.
Progressive metal. It's like really technical music. It just they try to be as technical as possible. Sounds like
Well,
straight garbage.
here's the question. Then if you don't like that kind of technical, what would you what so Breaking Benjamin would be like flow?
Be what?
Well, how would you describe Breaking Benjamin if it's not technical? It's like what would you say about
Oh,
them?
that's not technical at all. That's very simplistic music.
Yeah, see what I mean? Everything simple is awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The people always try to say like this genre sucks because no one's talented and it's so simplistic. That's why it's good though.
Yeah,
That's why it's enjoyable.
what I
So you
love
like
about
3 Days Grace?
Yeah, they're all right.
Yes.
They're
Yes,
all
I
right.
do. I do.
Hell yeah.
That's like anime central right there. I'll say this though. For me, Breaking Benjamin, I don't even think they make good rock music anymore since like the 80s or 90s or whatever. But for me, it's like when the guitar and the drums get married in the song, that's like the meat and potatoes. Am I crazy?
Yeah, no, you're saying the kick drum is linked with the guitar.
Yes.
If you can't
Is
make
that
that
crazy
chime.
to say out loud?
No, because you want to know who invented that? That was John Bonham of Led Zeppelin. He was the one who revolutionized that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, like the immigrant song. Bam, 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 bam. That was like the first time really anyone ever tried to link up the kick drum with the guitar on the same beat, right? Everyone
So
was just kind of doing like standard drumming before he came and did that.
So how does this work? It's like every 10 years music evolve, like rock music will evolve, or does it take
No,
25,
it hasn't
30?
evolved since like the 90s and the 2000s.
So I'm correct about that.
No, yeah, 100%. People, Slipknot is still a maiden headliner of like a lot of events. It needs to change. There's a lot of new bands that are really
Wait,
good.
who
They
are the
just don't
top
get media
five?
play. Huh?
Who are the top five?
Slipknot, Corn, probably Breaking Benjamin, 3 Days, like all that kind of stuff.
I thought I was the only one listening to it. What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
that's not niche at all, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, what is niche then in the rock world?
Float Face Down. That's a deathcore band.
Okay, well, what would you recommend for me personally? What you know about me, niche?
If you like Breaking Benjamin, I would listen to this band named Pillar. They're pretty good. And you also like Linkin
Pillar?
Park.
Hold on, Pillar and
Pillar, Breaking Benjamin.
Queens of the Stone Age. Come on.
They're trash. Violent Vera
What?
is good.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess I
well,
am a woman, so my music taste is probably shit anyway.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Pillar, Violent Vera. Fucking gonna pull up the playlist.
I like rhythmic too, and almost religious. To me, Breaking Benjamin, bro, listen to their intros. Like, listen to So Cold. It is
I
religious.
play that
It's a
song on stream all the time. Yeah, on the
oh,
drums.
to me a religious feeling because you go to your priest and your church and there's no in ancient times they'd play music as you walk in the temple. There was a religious feeling to music. To me, that has to be incorporated in everything I listen to, unless like EDM and hardstyle, which even then is kind of like that's more survival. Like boom, boom, boom means you're hunting the fucking buffalo with a spear, and that's more like earthly. But I want something that takes my thinking into the heavens. To
To me, that's Breaking Benjamin, and not the new stuff, like the stuff that's they're known for,
Yeah.
like Breath, So Cold, Until the
Lights
End. I
Out is
love
good.
Until the End, bro. That's an aggressive song.
Until the End's really good. I didn't you get a girl to play that on piano? I remember I remember watching a VOD of you doing
Yo,
it.
what the hell? How do you know this?
I've watched your old Twitch stuff a little bit.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've always loved Breaking Benjamin. Like, I'm this close to ending this fucking spaces to just go jam out. Because, the fact that you left music to sell t-shirts, you got to be the gayest
I was
incarnation.
always
If
selling
I
those
could play
t-shirts.
music, bro, if I could restart my incarnation, do whatever the fuck I want. I want to do Zherka, inspire people, but I want to do it in a different way with music. Holy fuck, would I start with guitar? Bass guitar first. I would start with guitar, and I would take psychedelics to get me tied to the guitar, even though I could risk destroying my brain, and I would just go that Jimi Hendrix path. Even if I'm poor for the rest of my life, I get to jam on the fucking park, dude. The musical incarnation's got to be, well, it's hard too because you have to wait for depression for real inspiration. That's just like anything, but that's
I
way
wouldn't
better
say
than
that.
what.
No, you don't have to wait for
Really?
depression for
Like,
inspiration. No, you can make music at any time. Really,
then why'd you start selling shirts?
I've always been selling those shirts. That's the thing. It's like when
Is
I
it to
didn't start
buy better
making.
guitars,
Well, no, it
better
wasn't.
drums?
No, it was because I wanted to monetize the content, right? At first, when I was doing the drumming stuff, and I was like, how am I going to monetize this without making music, right? And I was just like, oh, like everyone sells merch, I'll start making some merch, and
How
things.
do drummers monetize anyway?
So either you get a record deal, which they take a big chunk of your money, and that's because they pay for tours and
Yeah.
studio
Well, they're
equipment and
snakes.
time. Yeah, but a lot of it is meant to go towards your recording and your like live playing. And obviously, you can sell stuff, have your own social medias as well, do gigs, do private drum recordings for people as well, do studio sessions, sell gear. Make There's so many ways, right? I think what
Okay.
most people do is get in a band, get a label, and then they make their own social medias, give
I think
people lessons, all that.
that's got to be the best way to run your life because you either stay poor for the rest of your life or you prove to the world you love it. That is such good odds for someone who actually loves to drum.
Yeah, the thing is, I didn't quit the drumming content. I just implemented it with my political views. That's the thing. So
Well, that's like Rage Against the Machine did that, right?
yeah, but they're very like liberal. So
Yeah, well, no, back then we would be on their side if we were living back then, right? Like the counterculture now is more dissident, right?
yeah, yeah, it is more dissident right now. Like back then, they're like, yeah, Rage Against the Machine,
Yeah. Back then it
counterculture.
was,
But
why are
now
you
they're
saying
following it.
nigger? Why is the old white man saying nigger? We're trying to be free, and now we're saying we want to be free to say nigger.
Yeah, now we're saying that shit. Yeah, bro. But yeah, I mean, those scenes are full of leftists. You say retard, and they're like, "Oh, you fucking piece of shit! Fuck you!"
Are
And
you
it's like,
kidding? Even at a concert?
yeah, like they're like, retard is a bad word. Like this, that. I remember seeing a video of an Asian guy asking a black singer, "Do I have the N word pass?" He's like, "You got the N word pass, my nigga." I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
What the hell? So wait a minute. They're talking about death and murder in the song, but they can't say retard.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're making songs about eating people and fucking cutting people open and like feeding them their own organs, but then niggas too far. Being racist
That's
is too far.
so I didn't miss out on shit then.
No, I mean, it's always been. I'd say it's always been relatively, left leaning scenes.
I've
You
always
know.
had this. I never forgave myself for being a part of. I was more a part of that festival and rave culture, and I never forgave myself because I said, "What's the point of having a drug phase in your life if you're not going to go to a rock concert and be on drugs?" Like, maybe I missed out.
I mean, yeah, like concerts are always fun and all. They're
No,
always a
like
big
think
waste of
of
time.
you pop MDMA at a Breaking Benjamin live. That's got to be my whole childhood right there. I would start crying.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people, they go there, they drink, they do crazy stuff, fucking the porta potty, all that crazy shit. Right.
Yeah, I got taken by that 2015 wave of EDM, and I kind of love to this day. I love EDM, but something's missing. I gotta go back to like my roots, right? Like as kids, well, I remember when I first got into music was like 2005 when I was a child, like grade five, and it was Eminem, 50 Cent, Breaking Benjamin, Linkin Park, and Rage Against the Machine and stuff like that. And they didn't get beat by anyone to this day. Isn't that weird?
Well, I think it's a big issue with the music labels. They don't push new bands. They just push the same old, same old. They don't want to evolve. Like
That's because the
rap,
new bands
country has
aren't.
evolved. Like
That's
those
because the
genres have
new
evolved.
bands aren't loving the music. Let's be real, bro. You could tell someone loves it because they pop the fuck off.
They're kind of
Mm,
soulless.
I don't think that logically follows though. Like just because they don't they didn't pop off, so they don't love it.
100% that follows, bro.
Nah.
Anytime I have not popped off doing something, I realize I didn't even want to do it.
Okay, like bro, there's a blue circle. like there's outlying experiences to everything.
No,
Like
I'm
just
telling you,
because like
bro. People, bro, there's shitty SoundCloud artists that love their sound so much they popped off during COVID. Are you telling me that was an accident?
no, that's
Like,
not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying like those outlier experiences are like disproving
I'm
it.
telling you to question your ruling love because humans love to say what they love, but they never actually say the truth, right? Like, I used to tell people I love making YouTube videos. I hated it. I fucking hate people. Zerko, what about this? What about shut the fuck up?
Well, yeah, I hated not being able to actually express my political views. That's what I hated about doing the old content.
Well, you're telling me what you hate, but your ruling love, if it's music, in 10 years, are you popping off? Hell yeah, you're popping off.
Yeah, I've been playing music since I was like 15, and I've been into this music since I was like 13. I'm
There,
21 now, so
there's a theory that when you love something a lot, you'll pop off and everyone's in your town is going to know you love it. If you really love it more than that, the whole world will know and you'll be rich and famous. And if you love it even more than that, nobody will know and you'll be in inward bliss playing your music alone for yourself. So, I mean, like, it just gets better and better, dude. You know, it just gets better and better.
yeah. I mean, I've had a ton of requests. Like they see my videos on like social media, and then people will DM me. I get it all the time. Please make music. Please make music. So I'm doing a side project with my buddy on his name's
Bro,
Crusader. Yeah.
if there's 25 people on earth that are begging you to make something, you can easily get them to a million so fast, bro. Like, if there's 25 people on earth round the world in social media begging you for something you're good at, easily you're seeing 25 million. You just have to get to work.
Yeah, I mean it's in the works right now. We're gonna be making music like butt rock kind of music. We're trying to blend like Stain, Breaking Benjamin, 3 Days. We're trying to blend all of that and make
Dude, you
our own
have
little
to
style.
blend in some, what's it called, jam rock? You know, that kind of reggae, but not the weak reggae, the good reggae. Bro, you got to add some of that. Like, if I made music today and it was rock music, for at least 8 seconds of the song, it would switch to reggae just so everyone knows how psychotic I am. Wouldn't that be so fucking creative?
No, that sound like
Jam
shit, bro.
rock and
That
jam
sound
rock.
like shit, Loki.
But that's my psyche. That's I swing from sense to nonsense hard, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, you gotta try shit out. I've tried making music before. I tried shit out.
It's like
Right.
people who say, "Why do you swing from religion to hose?" Well, if I didn't, you guys wouldn't even. You guys would be like, "This content sucks." I only watch Zherka because he swing. He'd say something very extremely religious about many lives, and then he'll switch it to what color panties she's wearing, and it's like, dude, that's the Master Roshi energy. You gotta embrace the contradiction, man. Like, I'm telling you right now, bro. Shut up and drum, nigga.
So I'm in a similar spot because I'll get on live and then like I'll try to talk about like a news story or news headline or a book I'm reading or something like that, and everyone's like bored. But then the second I start saying slurs and being edgy, it's like viewer count shoots right the fuck up, and it sucks. I hate that. I wish I didn't have to like you know.
Because the real you is actually swearing. That's the real you.
Yeah.
Because remember, the scripture says the heart speaks what the soul is full of, right? Or the mouth speaks what the soul is full of. So when you hear someone say complaining all the time, bro, those people suck in their incarnation. You know, and
Yeah.
here's the worst part about being born in modern times. Have you noticed in modern times you can make so much money complaining? Like every YouTube channel is complaining about something. Like every single channel has, okay, guys, so this is why I'm mad today. And they play this fake character that they're always mad. And it's like, dude, you don't understand how bad you're structuring your soul and psyche, that in 10 years you're going to kill yourself because you're used to complaining. It's your default position. Complainers always kill themselves. Like, be careful. It's no money is not worth it, bro. The money you're making is not worth it. That's why when we see Nick Fuentes, he'll critique something. He'll go deep and serious in the critique, but he'll always balance it with comedy. Have you noticed that? Right. And same thing with if you're
Right.
working on drums. You seriously work on your drums 8 hours and then you seriously chill out by saying slurs.
Right. I get what you're saying. You're saying just to find a balance, right?
Yeah, I want that balance where how can we get 10,000 hours of drums out of you as fast as possible, even if it means cheating? You know, like I've had musicians come up to me, they say, I could get those hours in if I use Adderall. I go, okay, you're going to have a serious hard time quitting.
Well,
You might,
I definitely have more than 10,000 for sure. I've been playing for
aren't you a
just at
kid?
6 years.
Oh, you look like a kid.
I'm 21.
You've been playing 6 years seriously?
Yeah, since I was like 15.
Yeah, because some people play it and some people are serious.
Yeah, I picked up drums because my buddy had an electric drum kit and I started playing it. I fucking dumped 3 hours that day into that drum kit.
Damn, bro, I would continue with this.
Yeah, that's why I've never stopped doing it, even though like I've had periods where I've tried to like get rid of like my like metal identity and stuff. Like I don't want to be this anymore. But then I kind of just snap right back into it because it is like a part of me.
You'll
So
Yeah,
always come back to, what you're meant to become.
because I hated
yeah.
the people in it. That's why I was like, I fucking hate these faggots, bro. I really do. I can't. Like,
No, the most beautiful part is when you know exactly what you're doing and that metal side of you is still with you in a transformed way. That's the beauty of life. You know, it's like some people say, well, the Zherka will one day be wise enough where he doesn't yell and curse at me. No, I'm Gurdjieff, nigga. I'm always gonna curse at you.
thanks.
No, and it's a beautiful thing because we don't get too many people talk about music, and there's like the one envy of the world. You see someone good at a musical instrument, and you go, "Wow!" And I'm good at meditation. I want to be good at that. Like, come on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a skill you got to hone. Who said? Someone
And
want
they
to say something?
don't do anything with that talent though, is what I find so crazy. Like you see someone and they're just like thrashing it out on the guitar, they've got an amazing voice and they're not actually, doing anything with that sometimes.
Yeah, they always have some confidence issue, right?
Mm. Yo, Zerka, I had a question about like artists that love what they
You know,
do.
I just want to say, people ask me, yo, Zerka, have you ever tried LSD? I'm like, no, I've never tried LSD because I know one hit of LSD would mean you just see me with a guitar for the next 10 years. You just see a different nature. I'd completely detour. Everything that I'm doing, fuck that shit. You guys have to pay me for playing guitar now. And so that's what I'm worried about is like, there are things you want to do that actually the timing is really important, right? Like if you start too early on what you want to do, it's actually bad because you're not completing this other thing that you're already doing. So things have to be completed. Even all your thought forms have to be completed. If you start thinking about a green tree and why it's green, do not go to that event you have to go to until the thought is over. Like, do never say, oh, I'll think about that green tree thing I'm thinking about later. Do not do that. All your thought forms that arise in you have to be completed. This is how you remain a genius. Most people just keep bearing, I'll keep this for later, I'll keep this for later, and they're never creative again. It's like, just let it spring up, even the stupid thought forms.
Does that only apply to ideas and thoughts, or does it also apply to art and music? Because I'll start a lot of songs and then I just never finish them, but then I'll occasionally finish a project.
Art and music would be a symphony of ideas and thoughts. So I don't get the question.
Hmm, okay, I
There,
mean that's fair. Well,
yeah,
because
I'd
there's a
say
lot of like,
simplify your thinking. Just keep simplifying, right?
mm,
People don't
Yeah.
finish most of the time. People, I find out people don't finish anything is because they don't break it into small chunks, right? And then there's these ADHD types of people where, let's say you try and get them to enter into more of their will forces for the summer, and you get them to run every day for an hour. They say, I don't want to do that. And then you say, okay, run for 2 hours. I don't want to do that. Okay, run for 5 hours. Oh, I still don't want to do that, but it's a little better. It's a little more. The ADHD guy kind of likes how big of a project it's becoming. And then you say, run for all of your future incarnations and never stop, no matter how many times you die running. And the really ADHD person says, okay, I'll do that, right? Because the ADHD person needs a giant project bigger than themselves to calm down. If the project's too small, they never start it. And it's like, dude,
Mm,
you just change your point of view, you'll get it done, right?
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. By the way, I made a song called "Alchemy of Love" that I'm releasing like
Are
later
you a
today.
musician, Abdo?
Dude, I'm a singer,
Oh, really?
songwriter. Yeah. So I wrote this. This was like a spiritual message that like I kind of inherited from one of my teachers about a year ago, and it was just like a different framing of love. And so I didn't really think there was a song out there that spoke about love in that kind of way. Maybe only like I don't know, the poets like Rumi and stuff kind of speak about love this way. Um, but yeah, so I made it, and then also the artwork. This is like an interesting tie into you as well because there was like a Spaces. I want to say like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, and I had this like mental image of like lasers or colors like shooting out of the heart. And then during that Spaces, when you were like going on off on like what one of your very like emotionally charged speeches, you said like, I just want to put the like my finger on like, the like the third eye of like someone, and then like lasers or like colors shoot out of their heart. And I was like, that's very interesting because I was literally thinking of that earlier that day. And so the album artwork, I literally just did it as like the simplest thing, as if it's like a kid drawing with color pencils, and
My
that's
lawyer's
that's the
recording
image.
this.
Huh?
My lawyer's recording. We're taking royalties, man.
We
Zherka,
have
what
a
are you doing?
band right
You're,
here,
you're a
though.
little
Like,
too
this guy's
honest.
a drummer, this guy's a singer. Zerka, you
No,
on guitar?
I didn't even
yeah,
know these guys are musicians.
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
man. Yeah, yeah.
Is there anything cooler than actually being in tune with music, the harmony of the spheres, man?
I think it's the coolest thing, right?
No, it's crazy. You know what's interesting? So I'm currently in China because I've been like following some like TCM doctors and
That's
like learning
horrible.
from
There's
them.
no freedom in China.
Did you get run over by a tank?
No, 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 no. It's actually way more chill than you think. But I'm just following like traditional Chinese medicine doctors and like learning from them. And dude, the way that they pulse read is crazy. It just goes back into like the harmony of the spheres, and they can literally detect so many things in your body just by the pulse, which is, and the way they hold your pulse is almost like the way you hold a guitar string, like on the
Space may
frets.
be the final frontier. What are you doing in China, bro?
I told
You're
you,
a
bro.
fucking spy, bro. Palm reading nigga ass shit, bro. Shut the fuck up with that. You're a spy. You're a Chinese spy. We can't
I
trust you, bro.
no, I didn't say palm. I said pulse reading. They read the pulse.
Yeah, they're good with that. You know, they were right about the acupuncture stuff as well. Not that I do it, but they are right about the meridians and the human energy body, the subtle energy body. They're right about a lot of things, and they're very spiritual people when they're not being communist. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I
Like,
got like a
I
really
like
good.
Japan more. Like anytime I'm going to that part of the world, I always go to Japan because it's just more. It's just more of everything I'm looking for. Because I want to see like that Buddhism energy blossom the
Mm,
best. The Indians lost it, the Brahmins, the Krishna people lost it, the Vedanta, the Vedic studies people lost it, and then everyone lost it, and then you see it in Japan, and you see it in a hardcore nature too, where some people kill themselves. They're a little too off balance with that, but you see so much pure activity. Like every store shop is perfect. Everyone is like they're doing their best for society. Like Japanese people love each other, man.
Yeah, it's dope. No, no, I definitely want to go back for sure. But
They are zen. They are everything. You can in life. You can either be zen or zerk. There's nothing else you can be. The two poles of insanity.
yeah. No, hey, dude, I'm sending you my album artwork in the DMs. Just don't sue me.
I like this idea though. This is cool.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Oh, damn. Did you make that or AI?
No, no, I made it, and then I drew it with color pencils, and then I scanned it.
Holy hell, that looks you yeah, you gotta show them.
Yeah, yeah, bro. I'm releasing the song gets released in like a few hours, or like tomorrow for you guys, later today for me.
Dude, that looks like when anytime I see one of my enemies on the streets in my hometown, just someone that I've always hated, and then it just bursts out of my chest that I love them, and they're just looking at me like they hate a nigga who popped off. Let's be real, and I'm like, bro, I could easily be egoic right now, but this guy is central to my evolution.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. Let's bring some others on. Sneeko here. After that'd be funny. I miss Sneeko, man.
Would you ever get
Why do you
back?
miss
Would you
him
ever
though?
be friends with him again, or?
I miss Nico because I met him when he's Red Pill and I never actually saw what he was becoming. I never, when you don't accept it because you're just like, there's no way he's gonna be an Arab. And now he is 100% an Arab. And I'm like, but Sneako's like the perfect Christian candidate, like in 10 years from now, when he turns into a Christian, he's gonna have the biggest boom, like a huge surge on the internet. Everyone's gonna be like, whoa, this guy, he's gonna be late
I
to the
can't
party.
forgive him for coming after Nick on Nick's
That's like the
birthday.
least, that's the least Christian thing you could say. I can't forgive him. I
I'm
just
not even
can't
a
forgive him.
Christian. I
Fuck
wouldn't
him.
describe myself as a Christian. I think for
You're not a
me,
Christian? What are you?
I think I'm more I don't really have a label, okay? I'm more like spiritual. I find it hard to actually attach labels to myself simply just because I feel like the moment I attach a label, I tend to spend a lot of time trying to defend that label, sometimes without even realizing. So for me, I sort of avoid like I do hold a lot of Christian values, obviously, and I support and love, the Christians. But for me, it's like an identity thing.
Hmm. Yeah, what is, I guess nowadays Christian means, I think the closest version of Christian means Matt Walsh. It's someone like Matt Walsh, right? Isn't that it?
We
Yeah.
have to avoid that.
Wait, Matt Walsh? No, no, no.
He's a
He's not.
isn't he a Christian with a family and all that?
Well, I just think that to be a Christian is to follow, let's say, or reflect who Christ was in the world. And I don't think he reflects any of that by what he posts.
Yeah, but he has a family and he talks about traditional conservative values and like that. He's our typical Christian.
I don't know.
Well, he's a fucking
I
girl.
I just don't think he's like the best reflection of Christianity to the out world. Although you might have a nuclear family, a traditional family, and children, if you're not reflecting the values that are thought to you through your actions, then it's very iffy.
Nobody is. As soon as you find out about someone, you find out that humans are just, they're like monsters, hypocritical monsters, right? Like a lot of Christians turn out to be like gay, suppressed people. Have you ever
That's the
noticed that?
problem is like I'm so
Many Catholic
scared
priests.
to become that. Like I see it everywhere. The people that say that they're traditional,
Yeah.
these women that come out and they're like, I'm just going to be in the kitchen. I'm going to bake you cookies. I can't wait to be a mother, blah blah blah. Why don't you actually go out and become that? Why are you on the internet talking about it, and like they're so repressed. They repress
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like a cosplay, I would say, and that's how I see Matt Walsh. I would say just like cosplaying as someone who is a true Christian, when in reality, their lives are probably more messed up than most people who aren't even Christian.
I just
Yeah,
say, if you're not walking your talk, get the fuck out of my way, you know?
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, everyone is just, well, you look in the Christian side of the algorithm and it's, dude, they make pieces on each other and they say, actually, this guy got it wrong. This guy, they're just debate lords now. Right. And what is a debate lord even? It's like your values and your opinions are going to change in a few years anyway. So why the fuck am I even listening to you?
Yeah, because everyone doesn't like, they don't understand that they are naturally hypocritical, right? I definitely don't hold the same views that I held 10 years ago. I don't think anyone really will. Some of the views will be rock solid. You know, like I was against BLM. I still am against BLM, that kind of thing.
That used to be controversial to say. They're like burning down stores. Like what? Remember when it's
Yeah.
controversial to say I'm against BLM? Like, whoa, wow, you're evil. It's like, dude, they're burning down a store.
Zerka, I bet you put the black square as your profile picture.
Yeah. I don't know.
See the black
I
squares people, like the people that are like the most moralistic in society, the ones that are policing everyone, they're usually the worst. Like I do remember that like during the BLM riots, all of my like the people that bullied me in high school were posting black squares, and I'm just sitting there like, dude, like shut up. You're like not all that.
was Black Square for BLM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It started with when I was in grade 12. It was Coney 2012. What the fuck was that?
Dude.
What the fuck was
Like
Coney?
I put posters up. I put posters
So
up.
Coney was like some black uh, warlord, and then it turned out to be a fake story. But it turned out it's actually real in 2026. Like black warlords are running running Africa, right?
The
Coney,
irony of that.
Coney 2026.
Yeah, we've definitely lived through a lot of interesting political events over the years.
Yeah, and it seems like the only consistent people are the best liars. If you think about it, like Randy Fine and the politicians, they're consistent as hell. Like they, well, actually, this is what I meant to say and stuff like that. It's like, dude, I want people to play guitar. I don't want people to be debating. Oh, this is just sad, you know. People say, "Well, Zerka, you like to debate?" Yeah, I got rich, right? You fucking sophists. You're debating for power. You're never getting any fucking power in society. It's like you're debating to debate. Go get rich then. Go make it an art form. I really want to see my followers get rich, right? You guys make my life easier when you send those $20,000 donations. I love that shit. You know, where the fuck were the donations when I needed them? You know, you get your shit together and everything becomes free. Everyone's got a place for you. But when you didn't have your shit together, people would be like, "Hey, man,
It's probably
I'm
because you wanted it though. Like when you want nothing, that seems to be when you get things.
yeah, I definitely noticed that." And and I'm kind of BSing, you know, when I was broke, people really wanted me in their homes. People have been so kind to me, and all I spend my whole life putting my face or my hand in their face saying, "Get away from me." And then you get sad. You realize the world, bro, the world, whether male or female, the world is like that girl with daddy issues that just follows the guy that ignores her. Have you noticed that? What is wrong with the world? You know, when if someone ignores me, I
Yeah.
never talk to them ever again. If someone, I've never been attracted by someone ignoring me. I always thought that's like low level evolutionary trait. But I know some of the smartest people with huge PhDs that chase people who ignore them. And I'm like, whoa, they're missing out on a survival instinct right there.
Yeah, this is why I'm not really a big fan of, I guess, the group pets, right? They're kind of parasocial, and Nick ignores them, and you know, Nick does speak out against them sometimes and things like that.
Bro,
But
they're cloud chasing
they still
whore.
want his attention. They're still like, pick me. I want your attention, Nick. And he's made it very clear about where he stands. And these, you know, these parasocial groupettes are out there posting, you know, I've heard all sorts of things, fan fiction, freaking, even doing witchcraft spells on Nick to love him. I'm like, wow, this is insane.
I thought it was.
But I mean, isn't that how fans just are in
Yeah.
general? Like, for example, you see Harry Styles on One Direction, like in The Boys, and girls are literally becoming crazy for them and doing like so much. So I think it's just like something like that. Like they're just fans.
Yeah, I had a girl do witchcraft spells on me, and I found it so adorable. I met up with her. Right?
And how did that go? How did that
I
go?
found it. I said, "Your magic sucks. Let me help you out." Then you find
Teach
out
her how
they're
it's
actually
done.
bad. Well, no, I found out she's actually bad shit. It was kind of a huge turnoff. I was like, "Wait a minute! I thought you were just being crazy to be cute. I didn't know you're actually crazy like an idiot." I didn't say it to her face, but it's what I was thinking it. I was like, whoa, anytime you meet a fan, you realize they're just a broken human being. Like, oh, you're a fan of me. Why don't you go be a fan of the divine, something above? Why are you? I'm like at your eye level, bro. I'm like, I'm at your eye level. I've met people who love me more than Jesus Christ, and they say they're Christians. It's like, bro, look at your profile. He's like, you're addicted to me. You're snorting Zherka. Like, leave me alone. Let go of me. Every time you snort me, I go to a place I don't want to be. I
So
don't,
true.
I don't like that at all. Idol worship. Just give me your money. How about that? You've done enough. Just give me your money. It's better when you give me your money without talking. There's a lot of guys who hire me for one-on-ones, and they say, "How do I communicate my problem with you if I'm not allowed to talk to you, Zerka, after paying you all this money?" And I say, "You already failed," and I hang up and I steal their money. You can't talk to me, bro. I just want the money without the talking.
Well, it sounds like
Was
the
that
average
Sneeko?
Albanian.
Does
So
Sneeko do that?
It's like the Albanian's dream business. Yeah, yeah. I go, shut the fuck up. I know your problem before saying it. Get out of my fucking office. They go, oh, I feel better. I talked to Zerko. Isn't that nice? You say you don't love talking and everyone stops talking. Like, look how pathetic these people are.
I'm sorry, I should talk more. Actually,
It's the most submissive cast we've ever had.
Do you ever feel like a cuck when you're like in the audience of
Yo,
like a
now I
concert
feel called out,
or
bro.
like
Relax. The fuck, bro.
I see. This is what I don't like polite people. What are you even saying, you people? Polite just means weak.
And everyone's quiet.
What is wrong with this cast, dude? Are you guys crying about something? I hate when people come to me crying. Dude, you're turning me on and you're a man. Come on, bro. Where are the laughs, dude? This is not. You can't let that
no.
fall. You can't let that. You can't let this become gay, man.
Man.
This can be a lot of things,
okay,
but it
wait. I
can't.
actually do have another
Get,
question, Zerka, if you don't mind.
I'm gonna go. It's 5 a.m. out here.
get
See
the fuck out of here. No, I
Yo,
appreciate
yo,
you for
yo,
sharing.
ya. Yeah,
yo.
yeah.
Cause
why do
we're
you
on
announce
music.
you're leaving? Just leave. I don't know.
Yo, cause
Straight.
Zerka,
They want. They want
we've
to hear
been.
a goodbye. They want to hear a
Yo,
goodbye.
guys, we have been on music, and I know Zerka talks about it. What music can activate and be like a portal
Wait,
to
well, hold on. Just not to interrupt
imaginative
you. Yeah,
thinking.
all my life people attacked me because I would hang up on my dad without ever saying bye, and everyone in my life would be like, "That's just evil." And for many, 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 many decades, I did this. Right? Well, like 2 decades. And one day, I confront him with it. I go, "You're not offended that I hang up like that?" He says, "No, son, but you're the only child I have that does that to me. Why do you always hang up? You never say bye. I never even know if I'm talking to myself. You just cut it off." And I said, "I will never say goodbye to you." And dude, my brothers were like, "What the fuck? He's twisting it like he loves him the most. You're a fucking snake. You just don't want to talk." And it's both. It's both. I don't want to talk and I don't want to say goodbye.
Want to talk to your own dad?
Just
Could it be more like internalized
I don't
that
like.
probably
I
you
think
just don't want
saying
to?
goodbye to a human being implies so much evil because you're going to incarnate again with these kind of same faces over and over until the lessons are learned. So saying goodbye is a very, just looking at it from a many lifetime standpoint, it's very stupid to get used to. It's kind of like people who say good morning. Who the fuck are you mourning? Why are you saying that? Who the fuck are you? What do you mean? Good morning. Why are you saying that?
Nigga, you're just saying anything at this point. Like what?
I'm gonna say
Morning.
good morning
The
to you
word
like all the
mourning.
time.
The word mourning means to mourn a death. That's like a horrible way to start your day. Good morning. That's why. Have you ever met those suit and tie people who say good morning to you? They grab their coffee at McDonald's and say, "Those people are like pathetic, right?"
What's a afternoon then? What's a
Well,
good
I'm just saying
afternoon?
the morning has to be slow and it has to rise like the sun. If it rises beaming, exploding with energy, usually it's a fake. It's that meme of that guy wearing the mask where he's smiling, but he's crying underneath, right? It's always, you find out that these people are like emotional wrecks. It's like, dude, it's
What? No, no, you're right.
if
You're
it's
right. You're right.
morning time, act like the morning. If it's afternoon, act like the afternoon. If
That sounds
it's
woke.
why do you think I sound so aggressive? It's 2 p.m. Bro, in 1 hour we finish school. And a lot of people don't realize when you're in elementary school and you finish at 3 p.m. every day, that makes an imprint on your soul. It makes on your subtle energy body at 3 p.m. You act like this because school's ending. That's why you got a lot of energy right now. Everything comes from your childhood. You follow the rhythms, man.
Wait, Zerka. Okay, so why do you believe in reincarnation?
I
What's your
don't. I
reason?
don't believe in anything. I have life experiences that show me the truth. Belief is like for idiots. You know, I can't believe people believe.
Okay,
Why do you
what
believe
confirms
anything?
it?
Why the fuck would you ever believe something? I just believe it because it makes me feel good. Like it's like Christians who say to me, "You have faith in Jesus Christ, right?" I go, "No, that sounds actually like the gayest thing you could say." Right? That if the Christ impulse is not a real knowing down to your core, having faith has to be the most pathetic way to live on earth. You have faith and you that's just it. I'm gonna go back to drumming because I just have faith. I say faith without knowledge is pathetic.
Well, what confirms it
That's
though?
what happens when you spend all your time reading books, though, and not actually living.
Yeah, I talk to a lot of these guys who will have these big journeys they go through. And I love them way more than the books guys. The books guys get so in their head about things. Like everything got to be technical, everything got to be. But I want a balance. I want a balance from. I mean, your books should be in your backpack. They should be heavy. They should be hardcover. They should be hard to carry around. You should feel yourself, your back hurting when you're carrying them. You should go on runs with them. You should stop in nature and read them. You should bring them on airplanes and vacations, and they should be a part of your conceptual theme that you're building, right? To your knowledge. But it's also living your life, right? So I never keep reading the book when the waiter's nice to me. I turn around and I'm nice to the waiter. They've got something from me.
Well, that's why Nietzsche is gay.
How the hell could you say that Nietzsche is the closest to Zherka? What the fuck, bro?
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. What you're describing sounds exactly why Nietzsche is gay. Okay, because
Mm.
I heard a great man once say that like you have a football player, and he's got 500 bitches. He's famous, and let's say he's a Baptist Christian. Okay, he prays. Okay, now compare him to Nietzsche. Okay, uh, Nietzsche is a book reader. All right, so Nietzsche hasn't done as much as the football player, and
How
that's
would you
why.
measure that?
No, what do you
I'm not
mean?
defending anyone. I'm just saying, how would you measure who's done more for humanity? Like, for example, who's done more for humanity? Someone who volunteers all their time to help the poor, or someone who loves to play violin and plays it 12 hours a day? They're Look, man. I'm just saying, if you're playing violin and you love it for 12 hours a day, you're thinking, feeling, willing, all those thought forms that bleed out into the atmosphere actually uplift the people around you. And it does play a counterpart, builds more of your story for your next life. So
the violin player is doing more for humanity. Although, if you really want the butter of life, like a saint incarnation, you would volunteer and play violin. You do both.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd agree there. But I'm saying now let's compare someone who helps the poor to someone who just stays inside and reads books, but to them, they have the right idea and what they believe is right, but they don't actually go out and do anything.
Is that
So no
Nietzsche?
matter what, the
Is
person
that
is like,
Friedrich? He didn't help
yeah,
anyone.
I
How
agree
do
with
you
you.
even know his name if he didn't help anyone? He clearly helped a lot
I'm
of
not
people.
saying
It
Nietzsche.
just
No, hold on, no, hold on. I'm not saying Nietzsche is a person. Okay, I'm saying the followers of Nietzsche
okay.
specifically, the
Those people
people
are just
who.
gay.
Okay, yeah,
No, those people,
not
and
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche follower,
So
bro. You know the high level followers. That Chinese guy, I forgot that's in Yale or Harvard or something. The high level
Yeah.
followers of Nietzsche said he was an incel. Like what a misreading of everything. They said he's an incel. He's so anti-incel. He's talking about walking outside, living life, studying, being a part of the world. And they wrote him off as someone who just stays in a room all day. It's like he never wrote about that. What are you talking about?
hmm,
Was it what's
uh,
that Asian guy's name that he goes over philosophers and he called Nietzsche an incel? That guy's such a piece of shit person, bro. Like why?
was that Professor Jung? Do you mean Professor Jung?
No, it's there's some young kid that's
Okay,
he's like a philosophy major and he thinks he's intelligent and he called what that his conclusion was he's just an incel like you. He's an incel like you. He's an incel
right.
like you. Bro, if incel ever becomes like a beautiful word, you've lost your way, man. Like incel is you know what an incel is? It's you can never know what it is because they're blurs. When you walk past them at Walmart, you don't even notice you walk past them. People try and make incel culture so cool. It's like, bro, incels are fucking losers. They're a loser. Incel is someone who knows everything about their video game and nothing about a philosopher who lost their mind going through the exact same thing as the incel. You have so much in common with that man, and you don't give a fuck about him. You want to play video games? Are you fucking retarded? At the end of the day, the video game just looks at you like I am not real, and you go, holy shit, what the fuck did I do with 8 years? I
And it's also like I would say like not reading one book and like because some people think that like people who read they just read one book and get their perspective from that book. But it's people who read usually do a like wide variety of books in order to like get different points of views and opinions and then they form their own judgment.
Yeah, like
Nietzsche is
the,
great.
the the most sad thing. This is why I agree with her. It's the most sad thing a human can go through is picking up a little red book that says the Communist Manifesto, and then that's your whole identity for the rest of your life. And that's got to be the saddest way to live. Like, dude, I know really intelligent people who went down that path. Or some people pick up a little green book and it says the Quran, and now they're beating the shit out of a woman. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Or the saddest is a modern Christian. They say, I'm going to follow scripture to a T. So they become homosexual because it's for high level saint initiations. It's not for the regular man. The regular man, he's going to sin even if he memorizes all of scripture. He has not purified his soul enough to even follow a percentage of it. So and it's just, I've even seen modern Christians say, well, the Bible says slavery, so we can have slaves. And it's like, whoa, bro, you don't understand that life is living, right? It's been thousands of years since that. But no, scripture never changes. It's like, bro, it's a living document. Of course it's changing, you dumb monkey. Right? Morality changes, right? In like, for example, people find words hurtful. In the past, it was only knives and guns. Now it's words. Now people say, that's a hate crime. You said some. What's funny is they're both correct. If you say something like a bad word to someone, yes, you are attacking them. Yes, it's changing you and them at the same time, but he's supposed to be on a level of evolution where it doesn't bother him. So technically, the liberal and the conservative are both correct. You should have the free speech to say it, but you should also know you can harm people with words. So that is correct. Even if you just say nothing and think evil thoughts, you can harm them. You can
You can bother them. Humans are extremely sensitive. Unless you meet someone deep into ego consciousness, then, bro, you can call me anything under the name. I'm on an adventure. I don't even know what you said about me.
It kind of just seems like you oppose dogmatism then.
Yeah, I hate it. I mean, Zherka
Okay.
hating dogma, that's crazy. Like, obviously, what is, bro, if you think of just think of the name Zherka. That sounds like anti-dogma, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say.
There's nothing more sad than having a list of rules that never change and you follow that. Like, dude, the weather's going to change. You know, if your whole town floods and people are eating each other alive, you better grab a shotgun and defend your family, right? That is the part of the story you're at. And well, I don't kill people because it's not good to kill people. It's like, dude, if a zombie apocalypse pops off, you better guard your family. And you can't do it with a mopey face. You should be enjoying killing people, saying, yo, zombie in front of me, bam, headshot. You should be good at it. You should be that guy with the cigarette in his mouth that says, fuck this shit, man. We're all gonna die anyway. I'm gonna take down as many zombies as possible. You should be the big dick of the crew, not the whole, well, I don't know what is modern Christians say? Let God handle it. Dude, there's a zombie gnawing your family to death. There's no worse way to die than someone gnawing you to death, right? I'm sure that's what women feel when they get ate out. No
So,
laugh? No, not even one
right,
laugh. It's a fucking fake laugh thing. How about that?
I'm laughing, but I'm
well, I
muted.
feel like you just take Calvinism.
Say what?
I feel like
Aren't you a
when you talk about
Sneeko
wisdom,
follower?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well, not a follower, but I like his content. So
What do you like about it?
uh, I mean, like I don't really like sit there and watch Sneeko just because of well, something you said once. You said like you only watch people who you don't really watch like slop. You kind of not to say Sneeko's slop, but uh, like he kind of just watches things I've already watched or what.
Why are
Not
you
trying to.
saying, buddy? Why are you saying that?
I'm not saying I'm like smarter than. I don't like to say I'm smarter than anyone, but
What do you mean
it's just
he's
like okay,
watched what you've already watched? He's like,
like he'll be watching a video about like I'm gonna watch a documentary about his bull, and it's like, well, I already know about that, so I can just mute that. Or like,
oh wow.
it's like most of the things he says, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like a bit of a broken record
You sound
because
like his biggest hater now.
I'm not as hater though, because I really like the Unity, I guess. Like I wasn't even I didn't start with Sneeko.
So
I
wait, you
actually
actually
like
don't like Sneeko, you just like the community?
no, I like Sneeko. I don't think Sneeko's a bad guy.
Who
Okay,
did you
Yeah, but
so
start
like,
with?
but no, but Zerka asked, like,
well,
and you didn't even say one point, like, what is there one attribute of Sneeko you admire or are inspired by?
I think he's funny.
yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, you
Uh,
can't take mine.
uh, look,
I
He's a
got
good
like
friend.
nothing.
He's a good
Sorry.
friend. He's a good friend.
Yeah,
I
Sneako's
right.
started
In what
uh,
world? I got nothing. Nothing. Other than it's funny, there's not really much else.
yeah, Sneako's a horrible friend, but I always found that kind of charming. Like it's so funny how many times he ditched me. Like it was hilarious.
Well, isn't he like a good entertainer or
Yeah,
like
he
good at
is.
creating rage bait? That's also something he's good at.
Yeah, he's good. He's good at
sounds like
like I wouldn't want him to do a different job, but I don't like his obsession with power. I think that he's got to chill out on that a bit.
what do you mean his obsession with power? I don't,
Like if you notice, he only went to his faith so he could have someone backing him up because the world hated him. He's like, oh, I guess I'll just farm these brown guys.
I don't know. But yeah, I started
But he
with
hangs out with non-famous people too, right?
I don't think so. You have to be a YouTuber to hang out with him. Because I've tried bringing normies or regular people around him, and he just kept ignoring them. He even ignored Heel Mike. I was like, what the fuck? Maybe he's right
I
about
don't know.
that.
The normies. I don't know. I don't really know how it works, but no, I think I started with Jackson Hinkle. I watched Jackson Hinkle. Then I saw Sneeko go on Hinkle, and then I just started watching because I'm like,
Are
well,
you religious?
yeah, yeah,
How do you watch Jackson Hing? Oh, because he's with Hamas, right?
yeah. He's an honorary Shia.
Why are you a Muslim?
Yeah, this is just as crazy because it's like you guys, just because a guy aligns with Muslims and supports you guys just go and align with that person, although he's a communist,
Yeah.
socialist who does absolutely nothing good for the world and advocates for the worst posts for humanity. And this is just like something that, it's truly pathetic.
Well, I can't co-sign that. I had Jackson Hinkle on when he had like 100 followers, and we had a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah.
fun together. We had a lot of fun together. He went for that girl Adriana Lee on Twitch,
Most
on
people,
my show.
most people know Hinkle from Zherka, but it's the other way around for me, I guess. 'Cause,
Yeah, no, he's huge. He's popping.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, yeah. Because when I saw him, I didn't just see talent. I saw a funny ass dude. Jackson's funny as hell. When he's not talking about politics and that, he's funny as hell. Same with
Yeah,
Sneeko.
you
When he's
know.
like the worst part of Sneeko is his religion, right?
Really.
Imagine if I just kept talking about Christianity nonstop, that'd be the weirdest thing. Like, that would be the most fake thing I could do on earth.
Well, look,
Have you
I
seen
think
preachers on the street? They have nothing they love, so they just preach. It's kind of sad.
I guess I'm just fundamentally opposed to people who aren't authentic, right? Like I see someone like Nick Fuentes, I'm like, oh yep, he's like fully authentic, fully himself, right? He even, makes fun of his followers a lot as well, very authentic of him. So I when I see someone like Sneeko, I sort of I don't know, I sort of see like a snake, I'd prefer a goat over him. That's the truth.
Oh wow. Bah! Bah!
I'll take the damn goat, okay?
It's like I'm in sheep's clothing. Did you guys watch the Odyssey?
no, I didn't watch it.
So why are you a Muslim, bro? Let's get you away from that a bit.
Okay, well, look. Here's the thing. You
Joking,
know,
bro. I'm joking.
I
If you
think
have
I
strong,
think it,
loving thought forms as a Muslim, you're doing your part. Trust me, bro.
okay. Well, I'd also want to say if I were to ever leave Islam, I can't. Like, here's the thing. I just got into it basically. It hasn't even been a year, and I feel like it'd just be kind of weird to be in a religion for like only 6 months, and it's like one of the biggest religions in the world, and then you just leave it, just like kind of, and like it's not even like oh, I don't believe in it, but I'm just doing it to be nice because I do believe in it. But I'm saying even if I were to like, I just feel like I mean I haven't even gone to like that many mosques or anything, so it wouldn't make sense for me to just like leave it like even now like
Dude, leave
I,
it.
I,
Join Zergology. Let me get you right. For $10,000, you get to meet the Prophet John Zerka.
okay,
And
okay.
remember, that's just as close as John the Baptist, right? That's like borderline. You're almost there. That's the bouncer at the door. No, you knock on wood. Obviously, we love Elijah. We love John the Baptist. We love his next incarnation, which is Novalis. We love it. We love the poetry. We love God's best friend. And I'm telling you right now, man, Muslims aren't bad people. Online Muslims are bad people.
Yeah.
Regular Muslims are just beating up women.
I think it's the extremists on either end, right? Those are the
They
problem to
almost
me.
had me when they're saying, "Hey, we can beat up our wives." I'm like, okay, they're making a stronger argument than everything I have with Christianity. They're, I mean, could imagine you come to the crossroad, okay? You either become a loving person and follow the path of Christ, or you can beat up a woman that you live with nonstop, and that is a path to divinity. Dude, like that second path is looking like.
Bro, that's like a rainbow road for me. Like, are you
Bro,
joking?
I
Because
knew you were gonna say this, bro. I fucking knew this, bro.
I'm telling you, the temptation is real. And I walk the straight and narrow path. But every now and then I glance at the Muslim section and I go, get her ass.
No, bro, but
I'm like,
bro,
that,
Get her ass for me.
I mean,
yo,
especially
Zherka.
well,
if your wife is Lindsay Clancy.
No, it would be even better if your wife's just a good person. You're just beating up a good person. That's got to feel
Zherka,
awesome.
okay.
no.
That's got to feel amazing. Like beating up an evil person, like, oh, dude, I've seen that story. That we get it, Spider Man. You know, good
Not
guys back.
based.
Yeah, it's like I want a deeper storyline. How about the good person is just getting beat up because they were bad in their last lifetime? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, and Thanos was actually the hero, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, a lot of people don't realize this, but Marvel's gay.
It,
Like it's
It's so
every
entertaining. It's so
fucking
entertaining.
version of Marvel's gay. Like
I feel like a lot of people realize
if you
that. I don't think
watch
it's
a
a hard way to
Marvel
do.
movie and don't cringe at every single line, there's something wrong with you. Like every
I
part
don't
of
think that's a
Marvel is
minority.
gay, right? There's someone who emailed me said, "I grew up with my dad, who I loved watching Marvel movies." Zerka, how could you say that? I said, "Your dad is gay." I emailed him back that, and my accountant said, "Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Like, what if he lost his father?" I'm like, "Fuck his father." I just listen, man. If your dad showed you Marvel, and you know what my dad showed me? Nothing. Like, actually, literally nothing. My dad said, go out into the world, you fucking pussy. I was like, you're
Yo,
right. That
yo, we
is
gotta actually
base.
keep it real, bro. We gotta keep it real. Come on. Nothing
Marvel's gay,
besides,
bro.
bro,
What?
nothing
I don't
besides
think that's
Dragon
a
Ball is actually
minority.
worth watching, bro. It's all for
That is
it's all
so
fantasy, bro.
facts, bro. You know, I even think Dragon Ball is not worth watching if you're not doing it with Zerka's voice in your head. Because if you're just watching Dragon Ball, like it's the kid's story, it's stupid. But if you're watching Dragon Ball Z and connecting it to biblical events, you'll understand scripture better, actually, right? And
Oh,
so use it as a tool, but if it has no use, you're just looking at cartoons like a homosexual.
I
But I
did
but what
No,
think
about
bro,
enjoy
what
your
look,
no?
look
narration.
at,
That was the
look
best
at,
shit I'd ever
look at
seen,
Dragon Ball
actually.
Z. Look at Dragon Ball
what do you
Z. The
think what do you
seven
think about Dragon
Dragon
Ball
Balls for
Super?
a reason. Seven Dragon Balls represent seven deadly sins. You know, there's so
Yes.
much more. Like the Dragon Ball is almost like scripture for your hero's arc as a kid that you can embark onto and turn into that shining golden Saiyan warrior. That's what it's about.
Dude, you'll only realize how deep Dragon Ball is when you realize the archetypal characters you're watching is you in different stages of your life. But check this out. In the main storyline, everybody dies. And this is something the people filled with faith don't realize. They think I'm blackpilling when I say this. Dude, you know you can die even off accident or something horrible happening. You can die today. Someone close to you can die today. The idea that, oh, God got me covered is the dumbest shit for your eternal individuality that's very colorful. You are immortal, but don't think you cannot die right now during this progress. And the sooner you realize how fragile you are, the more courage you're gonna say to yourself, why am I moving around the world incorrectly when you can die? You know, some people do everything right and still die. Move through the world with confidence by realizing, oh, it's not just some people think it's like a movie where they're, hey, I'm just watching pictures on a screen. No, that screen can stab and kill you, you
You're
fucking
giving
idiot.
me anxiety. I'm having crippling anxiety right now. You know,
No, but people need to know it because they're unconscious. They always say, "Oh, life is just pictures in front of my screen, and I'm watching it go." No, you're actively co-creating with it, and you can die. You can die. You can, which doesn't mean the end of you, but it definitely means the end of that personality story that you wanted to develop, like you
this shit
chose.
is true, and the graveyard is full of people who thought they had more time.
I didn't realize it until I got knifed up, cut up, really had to bleed to really say, Hey, I'm not invincible, but you know what? It just took me to further points in my life where I said, well, you know what? Courage is not what I've been doing so far. This is like a lower level of courage. Courage is embracing my full individuality and actually playing the, you have to play the game. You can't, there's sometimes you just want to, anyone else just want to sprint forward into the game and say, no, fuck the world, I'll hurt the world. And bro, you sprint forward and then you realize, bro, my life is really on point. Why am I sprinting? It's like I get these guys who make $5 million and they say, Zherka, add the turbocharge on me right now. And I say, okay, I can do that. But what if you die from it? And they say, oh, that's a possibility. Yes. If you make $25 million, you take away from your life force. Why? Because you're maxing out the experience of your personality, like the thing you came here to experience. It's much better to stay at that 5 billion and keep it going. That is way better evolution than, some people really, hey, I want to go to 20 million right now. Should I add this turbocharger? It's like, dude, you'll know it's a real turbocharger if it works. You know it works, but it always cuts from your life. A turbocharger is never free. You're never going to get to $1 million fast without, like a lot of people are like, well, Zerka, does that mean you took away many years off your life? Yes, that's exactly what I did. That's how it works.
Bro, are you saying with that you sacrifice a part of your inner man if you take that supercharger and like boost your monetary stats instead of just
Yeah,
staying
but
living with what you have
anytime.
around you already?
Anytime you're talking about a boost, like doing something fast, it's never your inner man. It's always personality. Personality wants things right now. Inner man can wait, right? And you're supposed to learn, patience becomes into sacred patience, where the waiting doesn't turn into 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4, 10, 20, 50, 100. 500. No, patience, the word is linked to a sacred patience that takes thousands of years. That's where you're meant to go. So if you ever impatient, you have to realize how far away from your actual goal you're at, right? You're supposed to say, okay, I'll wait 1,000 more years. That is what you're, and it never, that's not how it actually works. For example, like you're always going to get grace. You're always going to have good times blossoming within the next couple of years and blah, blah, blah. Like people talk about that all the time. But I'm saying that's not really how what you're here to do, right? It's going to go up, it's going to go down. You're supposed to be the same person throughout those 1,000 years, right? Just evolving, taking everything, but not holding on to anything, right? You take it, like people say, "Whoa, I have this guy said to me, I have this really nice motorcycle, Zerka, and I'm so attached. I feel like I'm getting attached to it." I'm like, you just got it. Enjoy it, right? There will be a time in your life where you say, I don't want to die because of this motorcycle. I live in the city. This doesn't make sense. But you live in the countryside right now. Enjoy your motorcycle. Like this is everything that comes at you, you can enjoy with full consciousness. You can't get attached. There will be a point in your life where you say, I want 10 more years with that motorcycle while I live in the city and I have this job, and that's usually like a fatal accident that reorients you. So I say, you're in the countryside, enjoy your motorcycle, and you move to your city life to get that good job. Now it's time to be, it's just like guys who tell me, how do I know if I'm karmically favored for a motorcycle? Are you around Asian people? If you're around Asian drivers, you're not karmically favored for a motorcycle. That's just how it works. How do you know you're karmically favored for a motorcycle? If you're born in India, everyone's on a motorcycle. But if you think you're gonna drive around Asian people and you're just gonna take your chances because I walk with angels, you're gonna die. You fucking idiot, right? Not saying you'd never get the motorcycle, but it's a phase of the life. It's a phase that has to be absorbed, right? Changed into your soul substance, added to your freedom impulse, and move on with yourself. It's like people who say, Zerka, how come you're not always chasing hoes? It's a phase. Hoes are a phase of. It looks weird as hell if you're. It would be terrifying if you were that hungry for hoes at my age. If you're just like you're not hungry for anything else, just hoes. That's actually you see some of these people at the club, and you always look at them like, would you get stuck at 21 years old, right? And the scary part is they probably did skip that phase at 21, so they're repeating it at 31. That's horrible. I skipped the dating stuff in high school. I like gaming instead. And then I had a serious aggressive shadow outburst where Because you know, if your personality is like this Chad, he has to be maximized. The myth has to play. So if you feel like you don't use your Chad, you feel like that's like the opposite of gratitude, right? And so
Very good.
you have
I
that
have a
phase later.
question.
Yeah.
Don't you feel that like it contaminates your energy when you're like sleeping around with too many people?
Well, I always say, are they ugly or not? If the women you're around are ugly, don't hook up with them. There's a lot of people who just hook up with ugly people, and it's like that will destroy you. But if she's beautiful, she can inspire you for many great things. Have you heard of this thing called a muse? Look at great men; they always had a muse, even if it was just abstraction or let's call it imaginative, right? They always had a muse, like a real person they met at one point that pushed them on in their evolution. I think for young men, it's usually the ex. Their ex is a strong muse because it's not like they want to return with her, but they do remember the days when they had some relief. When they shared their ego with another soul and they said, actually, that felt good. And then they said, you know, I'm not developed enough. I want to be left alone, stuff like that. But you look at the good, you always look at the past for the good times, which is really retarded. But if you use the past like a muse, it's a lot of fun. But some people get attached. Like some people, I know people who get stuck in images of what they were doing at 18, 19. And it's like, dude, if you're 25, your images should, the 18, 19-year-old images in your head should refuel the 25-year-old image of yourself, right? That image has to. Why do you think I always start these spaces with saying the date? You have to know what day of the fucking year it is. You have to live within your moment.
Bro, but don't
Hmm.
you think those
Zherka, what
past
if I don't
don't you
know?
think those past experiences, like let's say with your ex-girlfriend or whatever, act like an opportunity to rectify future events or be prepared in future events to act better, like if you show that if you think about good or bad times or whatever, you can transmute that basically and turn it around in the future if you extract from the lessons from the past, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, people are never the same. They love to pretend they're like going on endless loops. No, you're not. If you eat an apple, you've changed yourself forever. The apple becomes a part of you, of your soul substance, right? The oxygen or the thoughts you're breathing in, everything that you're putting into yourself is changing your structure. Even if it feels like nothing's changing, you are dramatically changing. The only difference from you and someone successful is they're 1,000 levels above you, right? So you're changing at a rapid pace compared to everything else, but not compared to people. There are people who say, no, every part of my evolution is in my hands. And it is. There's no part of evolution that's not in your hands except for the moments of grace. Some depressed people feel that, like, oh, I finally felt better, right? That's a moment of grace that you didn't actually deserve that. You've been doing a lot of horrible stuff to yourself, which is damaging the cosmos. It's damaging every other hierarchy of life. They're all connected, and you're slowing everyone down. That's why you're feeling like shit and you're getting slowed down. Right? People say the universe is slowing me down. No, you're slowing down the universe. That's why it's coming back to you like that. Right? And so when I tell people play your drums, play your guitar, stay in loving thought forms all day, you don't know how much good advice you're getting right there for just the next 10 years of your life. You have no idea what that's going to do to you. But you tell that to a black guy, he says, no, I should be mad at something. No, you're not allowed to be, you must sacrifice your suffering. You can't be mad at the world. Okay.
Zherka, what if I don't have an unconscious?
What the fuck does that
What?
mean, bro?
What?
Yeah, what-
Can you
Bro,
explain that?
How do you move your
bro,
limbs? How do you move your limbs? Do you think
hold on, hold
I
on.
will move my arm, therefore my arm? No, your arm unconsciously moves on its own. Your legs unconsciously move on their own. You don't think to
Bro,
walk. You walk.
hold on.
Well, I mean, it
Okay,
depends.
I'm talking about living in reality. Okay, since I live in reality, I don't have an unconscious. Okay,
How? You have impulses, don't you?
How
That's
about when you
some.
sleep?
How would you have how would you have impulses to do anything if you didn't have an unconscious drives? That makes no sense.
uh, well, look, have you read Lacan?
Oh God, no.
No.
Uh-uh.
Okay. Well, Lacan, he had a theory. Okay. Okay. Well, look, most people do have unconscious. just me. I don't. I don't.
That's retarded. You're saying you've never even had a past life. How do you have talent?
No,
How do
no,
you
no,
have
no, no.
likes
Hold
and
on, hold
dislikes and talents then?
on.
Since you were a
I
kid,
can't explain that. But
like
look,
certain
okay.
kids run. I'm just gonna save you a lot of time. Certain kids run to fire trucks, right? Because their unconscious pulls them towards courage. That's from their past. That is linked to them.
Okay. So Zerka, look, I'm a little retarded. Okay. So, hey, look, most
A
people aren't.
little.
Yeah, a little, right?
Stop, that's
So,
rude.
look, most people, like I said, do have an unconscious. Okay, but for the people who are a little retarded, uh, maybe we don't really have that. Just you just kind of live in reality.
That's
You know.
probably why
Sounds
you
Uh,
like
went.
you are that.
It's your unconscious told you to go towards Islam for no reason. You know that, right?
I don't. I think it was
You
something
don't
else,
know the
but
you don't know the real reason, but it's a deeper unconscious process, and
Yeah.
it has to be saturated, and then you're gonna move on to a different religion.
I feel
uh,
you might be more
but,
unconscious than actually conscious in that sense.
well, hold on. Like, what one thing that is a sign of someone having an unconscious is they'll hear a word and they think like a bunch of thoughts, right? So let's say to someone with an unconscious, you say the word dad, and that like maybe that means a lot to them. But to someone like me, you say the word dad, and since I don't really have an unconscious, I'm kind of in reality. I just kind of like I just take it very literally.
Go on.
So this could be the same with like things like social cues where what is people with unconscious they ask themselves like a question, right? Like they always have this question in their mind. It's they're always thinking, what will people think of this, right? Like, what will people think of me if I do this? Whereas I don't have that underlying question. I guess I don't really care what other people think as much as people with an unconscious do. Uh,
I think you're the first person on earth that I would just say I can't help you, bro. I just
really,
you're too far gone, bro. I can't help you at all. You're wherever you're at, bro. You're like a lukewarm Muslim
The
guy.
more
You have no unconscious drives. You're just fully awake, right? It's just mind blowing.
I thought you would know something about this.
Well, I mean, it's like you debunked Jung. Like you're right now, you're gonna pop off, and your books are gonna be, triple platinum. Like you debunked Jung, and you debunked Hegel, and you debunked everyone. You debunked von Hartmann, and the whole study of the unconscious. Like you, you are that one in a zillion people. Shut the fuck up, man. A lot of
Oh
people ask
no,
me, is there
hold
such thing
on,
as a
hold on,
stupid question? This is a stupid ass nigga, bro.
hold on. I'm
okay,
not
I'm
saying one in
tired
a
of this
zillion.
kind of
I am
world,
saying
bro.
I'm one
I
in a
gotta live in
zillion.
a
Hold
world
on,
where
bro.
I have to like appease this.
No, I just
Yeah.
look.
Are you white?
I just reading the con- Yeah,
You're a white Muslim?
yeah.
Yeah, explain that.
That's like, oh my god, like no way. You're what? You've got a job to do.
What do you mean I've got a job to do?
He-
Look, just read Lacan, bro. How have you not read Lacan?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I don't want Lacan, bro. Like, I have a
is that
question
all
for
you read?
Zerka. Hold
Like,
on. Yo, Zerka, you mentioned earlier like your shadow spilled out and you don't want to be repressed, and then you sometimes go to those content journeys, with the bitches, you farm all of that stuff. So how do you find your balance between those cycles where you do those things compared to your sacred monotony and your schedule and all of those things? Do you
Mm,
like do it adaptively, or you set yourself
no,
like boundaries?
no, I'll do 95% of my year will be like the boring stuff. And then 5% will be like some camera hoe activities. But I stretch it out. I make it look like it's a lot longer. And yeah, that's why I sound so different from someone like Dan Bilzerian. He's 95% with the women throughout the whole year. And that's why he sounds like a raging imbecile, right? He doesn't actually know what he loves. I like paintball. He likes a lot of things and loves nothing, right? And Yeah, if people saw my day-to-day life, they'd be horrified. They'd be like, "Hey, why are you taking things so seriously for the last 12 years? Why don't you have some fun?" But people only watch reruns, like very old clips of me partying. Uh, yeah, so I wouldn't say I'm like on balance person, but I see it through a longer lens. So to me, it is on balance, right? I don't preach it. I think, you should have more fun, right? But even if I have fun, let's say I'm going to Tokyo right now, so 80% of that day will still be everything I'm already doing here, right? But then I'll have dinner with friends and all that. So that will be fun. And the exploring part, I guess I don't count that. But yeah, if you saw how different my life looks from someone like Heel Mike's, it would really paint the picture of how hard it is. Like, some people, oh, I'm just gonna do what Zerka does. Like, dude, you've been partying with hoes like your heel Mike and Dan Bilzerian for 10 years. Newsflash, your next 10 years are going to be very low money, very low success, very low cloud, everything is going to be low and you're going to wonder why you're losing. You're going to be, oh, I'm doing the same stuff. It's like, no, dude, mastery is number one. Mastery will always be number one. Matter of fact, I don't think you can even hook up with a chick if you don't have a mastery because then you'll just feel guilty. But if you have a mastery to go back to, looking up is it refreshes you, it recharges you. It doesn't hold you back at all. And that's all Heel Mike does is party with hoes, like nonstop. And it's like, bro, it's been, I think for him, 12 years of that. I was a lot better of a person because of COVID. COVID locked me down. I'm like, oh, good excuse to become good at my craft, right? Whereas he was partying during COVID. He was partying throughout all of it. And then, yeah, when I compare my life to Elon Mike's, I go, oh, that's a huge. Financially, we are on different levels, bro. And finance shows because the inner man is talking, right? The inner man gets paid. Personality gets paid in chunks, but the inner man, dude, if you start entering the first phase of your mastery, the whole world wants to talk to you and they have flashing weird thoughts like, I got to talk to Zerka before he drops dead. What if he only has 5 more years? What if they have weird stuff they come to me with? They go, I'm telling you right now, I don't think Heel Mike is working on a mastery. The next 10 years of his life, he's going to be heartbroken. There's going to be an immense pattern of suffering because I'm telling you, you can't go to the yacht party with hoes forever. Fresh can't do that forever. I like that Myron works on mastery nonstop. I think Myron, he doesn't like to get out, but eventually that's going to change too. There will be a counterbalance. So you're going to notice if you spend 5 years working hard at something, you're going to spend the next 5 years partying to balance that out. But the smartest way is to just be the zeitgeist. The zeitgeist is a brain surgeon that goes out for a few drinks with their friends. That is the exact middle you want to be. And so people just want to be the brain surgeon without the having drinks and dinners with their friends. That is horrifying. If you look at brain surgeons, yes, they spend a lot of time alone mastering their shit, but they're normal people. The hardest thing on earth to be is high functioning normal. The easiest thing on earth to be is low functioning normal. So it's like you're like everyone else at the bar. But if you look at successful people, they're high functioning normal types. They do things to keep them grounded. You can't just cut up someone with a knife all the time. You can't just be a surgeon all the time. You gotta have, and it's so weird. They'll see their social life as a part of their schedule. Like they can't do their surgeon job without that, you know, without that relaxation part with the wine and friends and the board night games with their wives and whatever the fuck they do. And I never understood that. I've always been the guy that says, I'm not fucking missing out on faggot paintball with women like Dan Bilzerian, right? I'll work on my inner man, even though that guy gets paid very late in the game in all sorts of different ways too, right? And if I look at it, I would rather run the game like my brothers, I think. But then again, I'm way closer to my mastery than they are to theirs, and I'm very far away
Yeah,
from.
but your brothers didn't go bounce in the club, bro. And that's my other question would be, don't you think your scale nowadays, like isolating yourself from women and doing what you need to do, would be different if you didn't have your bouncer days where you could like let it all out, you know, extreme. You went from one extreme, kind of, now you turning into the other extreme, kind
Not
of, you
really,
know.
not really, because during when I was a bouncer, I'd work like let's say 4 hours with danger pay, all that, nice places, bad places, all that, for let's say 4, 5, 6 hours, sometimes longer, event nights, and get the money. But what was I doing as soon as I was done sleeping? The same stuff. You know, I was a weirdo, unless it was like once or twice a week that we're going out to parties. But it was the same exact books, the same exact lessons. I balanced that being in the club with women with my weirdo activities where people say, that's just weird shit. Why do you read that
So it was
weirdo
more like a
stuff?
side quest, more like a temporary side quest for you, like you knew it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 100% survival side quest where it's like this job will pay me. I can't get fired. I can run my mouth. But yeah, it was all from survival instinct because, dude, the city life's expensive. You know, like if you work security, you're poor as fuck. You're really poor. I never felt poor though. You know, I never felt poor. I just felt late. Like, oh, I'm getting paid late. I think the first paycheck I got that was big in my life was the day I turned 25 years old. And then the next year was like 100,000 more, 26. And then 27 was 100,000 more, 300,000 a year. And I thought that was great. And then I slowed down for a bit. And then my brother said, hey man, you're good at what you do, but you know, you get paid like a surgeon, get paid even more. And then I pushed to 400,000 a year. Every year got more. And I was like, what? How come I never got paid 21, 22, 23, 24, 25? Why those years zero? Like dead ass zero. And then why did when it starts, it goes? And then I'm like, oh damn, things sprout out and blossom just like in nature, where it's, you know, you think it's a little by little by little, but sometimes, you know, when you get your first boom of what you're trying to do, it blossoms quickly after that, right? That's why people say once the momentum's going, it's going, and then it possesses you, where you say, I want to. Um, I want to discard a lot of my moral traits for more material wealth and stuff like that. That's not good, right? You don't like that feeling, and then you get rich as fuck very quickly, and you're not even 30 years old yet. And by rich as fuck, I mean my job doesn't allow me to spend on anything. What do I spend my money on? Nothing. So I just keep it all. It's kind of like when people. I've had buddies who've joined special forces, and they immediately get a nice car. That's fine because they don't spend any of their money. They get fed on the base, and you know they get to keep everything. That to me, that's rich, right? And rich is not like you get a high paying job and your apartment's too expensive and you're broke. You know, people break into that middle realm where they, oh, I get paid a lot, but I can't drive a nice car. I can't do anything. It's like, that's just depressing as fuck, right? Like I always say, your job, all the money you make at your workplace should go to your pocket, all of it, because the government's going to take a lot of it anyway. So you might as well have that kind of lifestyle set up for yourself. But people set up their lives where I can only have this job if I have this lifestyle. But this lifestyle takes away from everything I've built up. So I'm always, it's like perpetual middle class, which is like, what? I I would just rather be poor than middle class. What the fuck? Perpetual middle class? No, aim higher, right? And you'll
Bro,
always
that never made sense to me to work 40 hours, bro. You work 40 hours, you work 11 months to beg your boss to give you a fucking holiday once a year, and then you must schedule it and hope he's gonna give it the time you want to go, bro. It's
yeah.
brutal.
No, that's demonic. If you get there's some I've met socialists who get inspired with that kind of thinking. There's some people who really fantasize about like this middle class life. And I've always thought those people have to be the saddest, most pathetic people in society, where it's like, no, either push up and spill over to the rich or stay at the poor and master your craft, even if it takes 10 years. This fucking give all your money to your taxes. Always, you can never, bro. If I pull up to you and I'm at 920 horsepower and I rev my shit and you're in a Toyota, but you have a high paying job, something is really off with how you structured your life. Like there is no, and I had good guidance because I'm not good with the material stuff. I give everything to my brothers and they make me rich. They tell me everything to invest in, everything. What I'm supposed to do, I just give it to my two brothers. They do everything for me. right? So I didn't never have to really worry. I never people say, "Yo, sit down, let's talk finances." No, I don't. That's my brother's job. All my only job is to speak on the microphone. That's it. Like I simplify. I focus on the one thing, and the one thing is massive for me. People focus on the 10,000 things like Heal Mike. Well, you're gonna have a life like Heal Mike or Fresh or like these people are they don't have game plans for the future. It's always this breaking even game plan. If you notice, a lot of people in Miami, they just keep breaking even until I was rich in my first year and now I'm fucking poor. And it's like, have a soul continuity, like have a future in your head as well. Right? I live in the moment, but I have a future. I know what Zerka's going to look like at 35, 45, and then well, who knows if I make it to 45, but stuff like that. And by I know what I'm gonna look like. I mean the clothes. I know the clothes I'm gonna wear in my 30s are gonna be more like dress shirts and stuff like that, and less of a regular style. And then as I get older, they're gonna turn into robes and a bamboo hat, and people are gonna call me weird, but I'm too rich to be weird. Have you noticed I can say a lot of weird stuff, and it doesn't look weird because I'm successful. But if I was a poor guy saying this, people would have a huge issue with it. If I was a poor guy and I wore a bamboo hat in public, people would say, "Yo, this guy has mental illness." Actually, but when they see the kind of car I come out of, they go, "Okay, so he does what he wants." I think I'm inspired to live like that. A lot of people don't get this. If you're an old man that's successful and stuff, yeah, you shouldn't be loud on the street. You should inspire people by your humility. But if you have a Zerka incarnation, you have to rev your engine at the red light for everyone to be annoyed because it inspires them. They say, "Oh, dude, there's an outlaw there. He does whatever the fuck he wants. I have to be more like that." They go home, they fix their lives. Now, if Zerka's a cute old man, very adorable, square headed, kind of like the movie Up kind of old man guy, you'd have to inspire them in a different way. Or if you're a beautiful woman, in a more reserved way. But whatever your mythic character is, it has to be saturated. If little kids see me drive by, they have to see someone who doesn't give a shit about them, rip by them in success, right? Now, if I'm a beautiful woman, I'd have to drive slowly and be more elegant and more in harmony and rhythm. And people would say, "Oh, it's a beautiful woman in a Ferrari," or blah, blah, blah. Everyone has to play their mythic character. If a Zerka type has a sword, he has to look like, "Oh shit, he has a sword. Oh shit, you can actually do that in life," right? If you see Zerka in a tutu dress, you're going to say to yourself, that guy is bleeding out all the wrong thought forms because he incarnated as a Zerka mythic character and he's not playing his character. That's why transgender
Yeah,
people, have you noticed a transgender person always kills themselves? Because they incarnate to do something and they go the opposite direction and they get so confused that they commit suicide. Have you ever noticed that? It's like people who say, "I only started playing basketball because people said I look like Michael Jordan," and then they get really good at basketball. It's like, yeah, dude, like you're everyone has a mythic character. Some people are kind people like Goku, some people are assholes like Vegeta. The more you embrace your mythic character, the deeper you go into, it is a play. You're playing a play, you're playing your character, right? You're
I'll be
bro.
Bulma.
Don't attack the tutu dress, bro. Like, don't come on, your boy Rock, Dwayne Rock Johnson, bro. One day, if we see you in a tutu dress, we know you sold out, bro. We
Yeah, that
know it.
was that was really when I saw him in a tutu dress, I felt so much ugly. Like I wanted to throw up. I was like, dude, you didn't come to Earth to do that for I don't care how much they paid you. You didn't come for that.
Bro, that's how I felt with
That's how you
Will
put his
Smith
helmet
and
or
Jade,
something.
bro.
By the way, playing your mythic character is more important than your religion. I hope you guys know that. Self knowledge is much more important than your scripture. I hope you guys know that people follow scripture and kill themselves all the time. Playing your myth, no one has ever killed themselves playing their myth. It's never happened
Bro,
once, right? It's never happened.
bro, you
I
posted now
think the
that we
thing
talk
that
about the
people have
character.
like
We talk
sorry,
about
I
the
was gonna
character
say
in
like I think
Vegeta.
the
Go
thing that
ahead,
people
Pepe.
have I I think the thing that people have a hard time with is knowing which myth they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like aligning with that.
Well, we all know because we have hints from childhood that echo throughout eternity of what we've built up. And all of those play themselves out. Yeah, have you ever had a romance with someone? it plays, the romance eventually ends, and that myth is done. You're at a different stage in life, right? So play what's on card. It's like people who say, well, I've been really alone for the last 1 month, Zherka. And I'm like, dude, if you're at that part of your myth where you're alone, some philosophers spend 50 years there and actually kill themselves. Like, dude, 1 month isn't that bad, bro. Play the myth. Deepen yourself when you're alone. Just don't love it too much like me. I balance it out. I do social
Bro,
media. That balances it out, right? I do socials.
I mean, there's a difference between alone and but you mentioned
No, I
earlier.
hate I hate people who get inspired. They're like, Zirko, you're alone all the time, so I'm going to copy you. I'm like, yeah, I'm a public figure. I'm not that alone. When you're a public figure, I talk about what I want to talk about. So if you're just alone, that you can kill yourself.
Yo, I think that resonates with a lot of younger guys listening that are grinding. And I want to take Vegeta as the example because I remember once you posted something about like Vegeta is the perfect example for the guy that tries it all, gives it everything he has and more, and leaves all of it there, but still falls short. I
Yeah,
remember you posted that, and that hit hard, bro.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, the worst part is that there's always someone in your life who actually does what they fucking dominate that shit with a smile on their face, and you never understand them because you lean more towards the grumpy side, the Vegeta side, but there are some Gokus out there. Like, for example, there's some fucking YouTubers who talk about what they love: Magic the Gathering, Dragon Ball, Yu-Gi-Oh! They just talk about what they loved as a kid. And they got 10 million followers. They make $52 million a year, and they look unbothered. Dude, I'm telling you, if you ever want to be successful in life, karma pays. Karma is creation. Love pays, bro. Love something. Love something deeply. And people think love is like, oh, it's easy. It's no, the hardest thing on earth is to love something. Trust me, dude. They feel like it's like holding hot iron. They hate doing it, right? Humans don't even, like, I encourage people to hug their family members. And they go, oh, you really helped me with that because it's been, I think, 9, 10 years since I hugged one of my family members. I'm like, that's not normal. And they say, yeah, we're not a hugging family. Neither is mine. We still hug each other. We force it. What the fuck? We're not mentally. My family's like wolves. We want to bite and kill everyone. We fight every group chat message looks like, like it's a war zone. But we still aim for a higher nature than survive. We're from a war zone, so we have a survival nature of like, go make money, make sure you're safe, do this, do that. And well, they have that. I have a different nature where I've always felt safe in danger. I don't know what it is. I have this inner me that just likes to be with computers and alone and like a little faggot. And then I get disgusted with how much video games I've played at 18. And then I say, if I keep getting close to death, I start this is like the worst advice I'd ever give. But I've always loved being close to death. Not like roller coasters and people like that kind of stuff. I always found that pathetic. Like you enjoy a roller coaster? No, no. I'm talking about like someone pulls a knife to your throat in a bar. I'm talking about that kind of scene. And then you grow up out of that and go, wow, wow. I was very close to dying there actually. So some people love the go energy, but like how many people die going hard? Why does no one ever talk about that? Right? Everyone loves to talk about, oh, I just want to do Zerka shit. I don't want your blood on my hands. I don't want you dead. But when the youth say I'm doing Zerka shit, I go, you look like a little twink. What do you mean you're doing Zerka shit? Like they're going to the worst bar ever and like trying to fight the biggest murderer in the club who's got like a giant Rambo knife. I don't want to see that. But now if he's a Zerka type, I want to see that immediately. Right? That's why I say take a piece, not the pie. I love the pie too. When I would do it in my 20s, when I was a young man, I loved the pie. I love.
But you're 1 out of 1 though, like, can you really say that there are other Zerka types? I guess, at a high level probably, but there's no other Zerka, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I thought I would clone myself doing this,
And as soon as I saw that the clones are like busted versions, like malfunctioning, I said, you know what? What a stupid goal that was. You know, and you're really trying to surround yourself with an army. It's like a conquer instinct, and it's like you don't want an army. You want to be more of yourself. You don't want clones. You don't want. I don't think I've ever seen someone copy someone in like maybe they could get paid, maybe they could get money, but they never get respect, which means they get bad mental health over time, which means they harm themselves somehow and they're losers and their bitches leave them and all this shit. And it's like, I thought you were 50 Cent, bro. So,
Bro, but I mean, makes sense. You know, they never played their own octave, bro. They never raised their own sword. You know, how can they be respected?
yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, you have different everything, cells, glandular, tissue. You just everything is in a different musical pattern that makes you unique, and you want to copy someone else. That makes no sense. I mean, it really gets me. It gets me rich when people copy me. Let's be real about that. It makes me a ton of money. I almost encourage it, but you know that's why people say, "Well, what about Clav? Clav is unique. He's his own thing. That's why he can take from Zherka and he can win." But if Clav was just Zerka, it would look really off. Bro. I think Clav is very unique. I think he's going through it, but he's going through it because he's learning. He's learning. He incarnated in the times of hoes, bro. Imagine learning that at that age. I knew it at 21. I knew for yeah. I knew it kept me so attractive too, because chicks would be like, "Oh, how come you don't want to see it through with me?" And because I knew the time I incarnated in, so I was like always more reserved and whereas guys are so needy. They're like, oh, I need you, because I'm thinking from the 1950s perspective. I feel bad for Clive. He's just looking at like, how can you not like hoe land? You get to be a hoe. If every girl's being a hoe, you could be a bit of a hoe. Like, it's got to be a lot of fun, right? I think girls being hoes, there has to be fun there. It can't just be all bad. Like, where's the yin? Where's the yin? Where's the yin? You know?
Is there a way to stop them from being hosts though?
No,
Or
no,
what is there? Is there
no.
if
Bro, that's what they came here. They've been
This
summoned
is
to
like
be
another
hosts.
dumb
No,
question.
they have been
Yeah, is there a way
summoned.
to stop men from sleeping with like
No,
everyone, every
those
single girl? No,
those
there's like
hosts have been
everyone
summoned
has their
here
own
to be in
choice. Everyone makes a
service, brother.
choice.
No, if you stop them, you'd be considered a satanic force because satanic means it hardens you to where you stop evolving. It doesn't mean like you're evil. Let's say you do some evil shit, but it brings you a new perspective and you say, I was wrong. That's not actually evil. That's evil transforming into love, right? That's fine. Humans error. But if you harden and say, I'm not changing anymore, I'm staying right here, now that's evil, right? And remember, evil is meant to be used at a higher octave. You're supposed to use evil to fucking protect your family. You can't use good to protect your family. That's actually gay. You know, you swing the sword, you better be aggressive with that shit. You're not going to swing it like a nice guy, right? So it's a lot of people don't realize this, but dude, use every instinctual tool you have, your survival tools. Like they will evolve gradually. But if you ever stop yourself from evolving, horrifying shit happens to you. Now imagine you stop a woman from evolving. You say, hey, stop being a hoe. You know, that you're denying. First of all, it's evil because a lot of them are only hoes because they got molested. So what you're saying to her is, hey, stop being hurt from whatever happened to you, which is like, wait till you have a female incarnation and then you get molested and you see what it does to you. And, you know, so it's evil to say stop being a hoe to someone going through the process of their evolution, you know, whatever they have to go through. And the darkest part of all this is not only are you stopping their individuality from becoming, they're supposed to continually become and be forgiven, but you're supposed to say that as someone who never hooked up themselves. And a lot of guys, have you noticed the guys who yell at women the hardest for hooking up with a lot of people? It's usually the man hosts that are angry. It's like, what the fuck? She has your sin, you know? Like you hooked up with 1,000 chicks, she hooked up. Well, it's not the same. I know it's not, but when it's your turn to be a woman, you will be that whore. Like you don't realize it. And as soon as you realize it, you'll calm down.
So I don't hate women, but man, do I laugh at them. You know, I go, because when you laugh at someone, they kind of wake up a bit. They go, why are you laughing? It's like, have you noticed the better looking a woman is, the more she humiliates herself? What the fuck is that about? You know, what is that about? You'd think they'd have some kind of spiritual dignity where they say, actually, I've been doing this for many, many, many lifetimes. I've built up a lot of good stuff. I think I'm going to stop being a hoe because who are these people? They're not even that developed. They're Johns. Have you know the word Johns? They're Johns. They're just, they're Johns is like the guy who pays for the hoe, for the hooker. They're just
Bro,
using,
bro,
yeah.
are you saying the world needs more super hoes so that it can evolve so it swings maybe back to the other side at some point? Maybe super
Well,
virgins versus super hoes.
nah, saying we need more hoes is
Ho is
stupid,
so
but saying
reasonable.
that you will see more hoes because people are fractured, that's real. You don't know how hurt these people are. Like these people got raped. You really think they're gonna fix themselves overnight because you told them to? These people got raped. Some of them psychically, some of them physically. And remember, psychically means their soul completely changes. And bro, I'm telling you right now, they're doing whatever they can to win back that power, right? And you meet some of these OnlyFans girls and they terrify you. Why won't you hook up with me, Zherka? Because you're fractured. We are not on the. We're. I cannot help you. I thought I was just. I thought you were gonna kiss me. I didn't think you were that broken. I don't want to continue this process with you. And they never really get it. Right? It takes many, many years. But that's why we talk about the wall, the great wall. The great equalizer is a woman passing Saturn. When she's approaching 30 years old, she just freezes and says, I have to stop being a whore because it's done nothing for me for 10 years. But it has done something. We just don't know what. But you know deep down. I think everyone should be follow Zerka rules of being a hoe. Like when Zerka wants to be a hoe, his rule is she got to be good looking, right? Because as soon as you tell a guy, okay, you can be a hoe, but she has to be good looking, immediately 99.9% of the people texting him have to be deleted. So that really, like, if you want a man, a good looking guy to be moral, you just give him really, really tough guidelines that make sense. But if you say you can be a hoe with just anyone, dude, that's like your whole phone list. That's the worst way to go about it. It's like people say you promote hookup culture. I actually reduce it because I tell guys to get the good looking girl, only the good looking girl. That should be like one in your city, right? Because the
Yeah, there
others,
must be standards, bro. 100%
yeah, I
standards
think
need to be adhered to.
humans love hierarchy. You say, hey, okay, Zerka tells me I can smash 1,000 chicks, but they all have to be beautiful. That means there's one person in your whole city. And a lot of people don't really, this sounds rude, but there's only one hot, attractive woman that is sane in each city. The rest have mental issues. They'll bring you down. The rest have serious problems. The rest are not of your age group, or maybe they're just too brittle and too bitter. And when you really look at it, there's one woman in each city. So I'm telling you right now, I refine a man into becoming moral by through hierarchy, right? Whereas a lot of people think I'm talking about quantity. It's not really quantity, right? I think we saw a lot of quantity with Dan Bilzerian, but then we found out those girls were getting paid $2,000 each. So he didn't really do it. We still want you to be, you can't pay someone. You can't pay someone, right? And I always say, look, man, no, there's nothing more attractive than paying your girlfriend. If you pay your girlfriend, there's nothing more attractive than that. You're rich, you throw money at her so she shuts the fuck up. That's like a great life to have. It's executive. You get your shit done. You get what you want. She gets what she wants. You're a guy, so you don't even like money. You like making it, but you don't know what to do with it. So she knows what to do with it. She likes to buy stupid shit. Like she can be temporarily like relax with that money. And what is it? $1,000 is nothing to you. So you throw it. That's a great life to have, right? Because you're also teaching yourself you don't give a fuck about money, right? It's hers. And really, you're training yourself because when you break up with her, it's going to go to your kid next, right? You're training yourself to always be bleeding out money, giving to someone close to you that you love. But if it's any woman, bro, that's like 10 ugly bitches on your wallet. That's got to be the worst life. That's Dan Bilzerian's life. Those bitches are evil, bro. Those bitches are. They go. Do you see their posts where they marry some fucking gay simp after, and we're supposed to think like, hey, oh, that gay simp has to be bullied for taking on Dan Bilzerian's literal escort by definition, $2,000 escort. It's like, what the fuck? What is the what? This world is a mess. And Dan
Well,
Bilzerian even
It's
said,
fucked up.
"Do you see what he said about Plato's cave?" I almost
yeah,
threw up
yeah,
from
that's
the
what I'm
cringe. I almost threw up. I'm like,
Yeah.
"Do you know some people dedicate their life to this? Like, what? Who are you, bro?"
we
Bro
read
just chucks
Plato,
it in
so
AI
so
and
we aren't wrong.
comes up with
Plato's cave is the allegory of Dan Bilzerian. He's just so
How did he
fucking
interpret it?
funny, man. Huh?
What was his interpretation of it? What was the point he was trying to make about Plato's cave?
Honestly, I don't know. He's trying to say that he's the awakened one in the world. He's just awakened.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm sure it was to gas himself up because that's every post. He doesn't even self critique anything of himself. Isn't that like a huge red flag? A human that doesn't talk. I think the most beautiful humans sit down with you and say, "You know what's wrong with me?" And they say, "What do you mean today?" I'm like, "No, no. What I'm my ongoing process of wrong with me." People who talk about what's wrong with them are beautiful people. People like Sneeko and Dan Bilzerian who constantly have the answers. It's like, shut the fuck up, right? I start every spaces with what's wrong with me. I love that. I think humans have to talk about what's wrong with them. It's funny. It's real. It's true. But this idea, there's like, bro, I think I figured out everything, bro. Sneeko looks at his chat for the answers. If that doesn't scream unfree and totally lost, I don't know what does. Like his eyes are always looking at the chat. That's dude, you don't know how much I want to knock a boot into his face to kick him awake. Be like, dude, if you look at the chat long enough, you will jump off a bridge. Like he doesn't get what he's doing. He thinks some sweaty Indians in his chat are have the truth. It's like, bro, you know what's funny?
So
It's like, bro, I
remember,
love all people from a distance, but I'm telling you, bro, Muslims need to shut the fuck up. You are 1% of America. You will never take over America. Shut the fuck up.
well, look, I just remember what FaZe said about chat. He said chat determines everything. So, if the chat's saying sky is red, you have to believe the sky
You
is
know
red.
when you
So
find out
I think
chat
that's
is gay, bro, you post your they beg for years. Oh, we want to see Zherka with hoes. You give them a content and they just say, dude, I want Zherka to talk about inner deep shit. Why is he around hoes? I'm like, bro, you're the same comment who said you wanted to. When you see it's the same fucking name asking for two different things at the same time, you say, holy shit. Like, let's be real. Is there any lower level of living on earth than being a chatter? Let's just be fully real right
like,
now. It's like you're a chatter. Your identity is that you're a chatter. That's insane.
why can't well look why can't someone ask two things at the same time?
I was never
I feel like
I
that's
was never I was Vegito Groiper for the Groipers, but I never commented. I never chatted because I never want to be a chatter. But I watched all of Nick's stuff. And he was the only channel I ever watched. And I was like, oh, this is good content. But this idea that
I
you
didn't know
want to be a
somebody
chatter, you're like, bro, you're a 21-year-old male. You have testosterone and you want to be in chat all day. And it's mind blowing. Have you seen
They become like a hive mind. Like, have you seen like XQC's chat, for example,
yeah,
where, like it's kind of crazy. He might say one thing and they all basically like go in and say the same thing, the same emotes.
yeah.
I'm like, wow, they're all on the same wavelength or something.
Yeah, I used to think it's cute, dude. It's feminine. There's nothing more feminine than what is XQC's opinion about my what I should think about something. It's like, and let's be real. Where are these people headed? You know,
I just I hate when my wife keeps nagging me and I'm just trying to spam W's in Boy Max's chat.
exactly, exactly. Like, imagine your wife is watching you spam W's in another man's chat. Like, It's like the weirdest thing I ever found is humans would rather be entertained than keep their wives. You know, a man would rather be entertained than keep a woman attracted to him. Like so there's men who don't mind that their woman watches them play video games. Like, how gay do you feel? She watches you sitting on a computer playing video games. That that is crazy. She's looking at you like you incarnated as a male to do that. That's gotta be the weirdest feeling on earth, right? Imagine someone just watching you, seeing you do feminine stuff. Like, dude, a computer is actually meant for women. The computers are not meant for men. They're meant for the moon and the reflective force of nature. And this is wild to me. And people, my brothers always ask me, how do you make so much money just with an iPhone? Like, you know how gay you have to be to actually have a setup? You imagine if I had a setup right now with a microphone and everything. Like, that's gotta be the gayest shit on earth. I'm an e-boy with an e-room.
Like Clav?
Yeah, that's the gayest shit ever. Like Clive, and he told me he hates his job. He fucking hates his job. I was like, I've been there, man. I get it. But money's good, so it makes sense. Like that's resources for him. But man, the Clav has the gayest job on it. Like, imagine sitting down, talking to a camera, trying to get that social experience somehow through it is the gayest thing ever. I mean, the only way you could justify it is if as soon as you turn it off, you enter a social setting. You walk downstairs, you're in a bar with your friends. And if you did that, which you won't, you're gonna burn your your emotional economy on whatever the fuck that video is, and then you're gonna be too tired to do the other thing because you're gonna be like, fuck this shit, man. And people don't realize it is emotion economy. You pay 1 coin when you complain. You have let's say 5, 10 coins a day. You pay a coin when you go to work. You pay a coin when you talk to your, girl. You pay a coin, and once those coins are done, you're fried. You're done. So you got to be careful with all that, right? And unfortunately, I have to go back to that. I have to be an e-boy again after Tokyo. I have to have a whole setup. I have to have an assistant. I have to. It's just been a long break for me. It hasn't felt like a break at all for me because I work my ass off on things that pay me off maybe 20 years from now when I'm not even alive, but it'll all be worth it. But it's so crazy. It's like the gayest part of society is that nobody's interacting because there's so much money in front of that camera. You know, I encourage everyone to have, if you don't have a Twitter account, a YouTube channel, and yeah, Twitter and YouTube is like the butter. If you want to be a millionaire, those are the two things you need. Because everything, TikTok, you're risking being distracted all day. Instagram, you're risking being horny all day. So if you can just have a good feed on Twitter and YouTube and use those apps and consume a bit, but actually create, you will be really successful. And just remember, all of human history wanted your superpower to make money from your iPhone. Like everyone on there has never been more masters on earth that incarnated at the same time than right now. That just because the world's so connected, it's never been like this before, right? And you really got to delete, man. Delete the bullshit. Delete the hearsay and the blah blah blah, and go to the meat and potatoes. Stay with the meat and potatoes. When you feel fatigued, go past it. When you feel like you're gonna bust, take a trip. Go to Hawaii. Meet a beautiful woman. Have her your way, not how the internet wants you to have her, not how the books or not how the zeitgeist wants you. Have her how you want to have her. Like everyone follows romance of like Netflix. Like, bro, you're gonna look corny. Your romance is whatever is unique to you, how you speak. It's not. There's nothing more cringe than when I see you like, dude. Most people are copying lines from the Notebook. Like, no wonder she hates you. Like, you're copying lines from a movie. What are you doing, bro? What do you can call a woman a faggot and she'll feel more love than if you copy someone else. But actually, women love to be called faggots. Have you noticed that? They love to be in that little brother zone. Have you noticed? Women love to get bro zoned. You'll never lose a woman by calling her a bro, ever. They love it more than anything. They're like, oh, he called me a bro, right? And she,
We just want to be part of the club, you
it's
know?
so weird. It's weird. If you call a
We
guy,
don't want to be sexualized. We just want to be bro.
yeah, bro, it's so fucking crazy. Because if you call a guy a bro, he doesn't want to talk to the girl anymore at all, like zero. And for her, she's like, oh wow, I'm his family. I'm a brother. What a fucking hive mind retard. One thing I like about women is that when they're in a blissful state, they reach higher than a guy. Have you noticed that? A guy's blissful state is still has a survival instinct of taking care of people. But if you ever see a woman in a blissful state, it's much higher than the guys. It's rare, but it does have a way higher octave, right? It's like when guys tell me like, "Oh, yo, bro, Zherka, I'm having trouble meditating. Well, who should I look at?" I'm like, look at the woman when she's just chilling, right? That is the reflective inner nature. That's what you were trying to emulate. Well, even better than a woman, if you have a cat. The only reason you should ever own a cat is to see how you're supposed to move and not move, action and not action in the world. When the cat looks outside the window, that's exactly how you're supposed to look out the window in the morning. When the cat doesn't need to go to the coffee, that's exactly when the cat feels energized without the coffee, then you can add some caffeine. But the cat is complete. When a cat stands still, it's in bliss, right? It's taking in the world. It's not going unconscious. A lot of you guys sit down, you get sleepy, you're going unconscious. That's not what you want. When you look at how a cat moves, that's how you practice your consciousness soul, which is a higher advanced lesson. But the cat is the perfect, that is the exact temple animal you want to copy, right? When someone's yelling in your face, you want to be a cat. So you can go back to doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to get into arguments with weirdos. And yeah, a dog is the worst thing in nature. You can never copy a dog and be happy, right? A dog is,
Okay, but what if these weirdos get you blocked by, some pretty important high sort of level people, just because they post your DMs out of context or whatever? I don't know. I'm speaking from experience. This is like my problem, right?
what I'm
Is
talking about
like,
cats. What are you talking
yeah,
about?
but how can I be a cat in that scenario?
Well, a cat, if you think about it, a cat wouldn't even be around those people. Like, how many people would a cat delete from your phone? Probably 95% of them would bother the cat. Like, you're putting yourself in that a scenario a cat wouldn't put themselves in because you're probably a dog. Those most human beings are different kinds of animals. Like, most people have that. If you say bye to someone, they go, "Oh man, that shit hurts my heart," and it's like everyone is so needy. Every human you meet is so fucking needy. Bro, if the cat could speak, it still wouldn't say shit. If the cat spoke English, he still wouldn't talk. A dog is a bitch. A dog is a faggot. The dog is actually that guy that's like in the group chat, like, "Hey guys, everything's gonna be all right." Dogs are cope. You don't want to be like a
The
dog. You
hopium
don't
stuff.
you don't want to be like a dog at all. A dog is cope. Look into the nature of a cat. That's exact. And I'm obviously in different periods of history, in different times in history, it would be very different. You'd have to use different animals. But if you look at where we're at in our day and age, it's not the intellectual soul you're building; it's the consciousness soul, right? So anyone can be an intellectual nowadays. You put some effort, but can they be conscious and awake in their life? The answer is no. Usually, to be an intellectual, you have to sacrifice the wakeful part of your life, and you become like a machine, right? Right? That wakeful state is the cat. The cat is always in perfect meditation, right? It doesn't close its eyes to meditate. Its eyes close because it's meditating. It's always in bliss. The
I
cat,
think I'm balancing two sides of that, right? Like one side of me is definitely, in that cat-like state, I guess you could say. The other side of me is kind of like controversial and edgy and wants to troll and poke buttons, and push people a little bit. So I'm like trying to find a balance there of like how I can be myself like authentically, but also, stay at that high
no,
level.
that's normal. I'm saying when you're alone, when humans are alone, when you are alone, you will be tested to see which animal you're like. And I'm telling you right now, most humans are dogs. They say, I gotta text someone, I gotta watch, I need Joe Rogan as background noise. What? I need Joe Rogan as background noise. You need Joe Rogan. What's wrong with the silence? And they're like, well, no, I do. If you're highly individuated, the silence is seen as a boost. But if you are very low in your evolution, the silence torments you. You just can't do it. You freak out, you panic. And it's like, and the problem is Westerners love dogs. They love copying their little faggot puppies. And the dog, I love dogs, but I don't want to be like a dog because, humans that act like dogs, well, people laugh at them. Like they are the simps. A dog is like the ultimate simp creature. A dog, when a dog sees you in dog years, it's been a week. So it goes, where the fuck have you been for a week? It freaks out. Bro, for a cat, it's been a month and it says nothing. Bro, when I went to visit my cat, I went to visit my cat to see if it's gonna jump on me because she always, since a kitten, loved me, always kept her nose on my nose, always stayed on my neck, is really attached. It's very strange because cats are never attached, not even as kittens, really. But, I'm just a special guy. I meditate with my cat. So I went to see her, and it's been a long time. It must have been like a long fucking time in cat years or whatever in cat time. And bro, I go look at her, and now she's more grown. She looks at me like, I don't give a fuck about you, nigga. I don't give a. I stand on my own 2 feet or 4 feet, and I've never been more proud, dude. I was like, that's exactly what I want to see. I've never seen higher level. It's almost like she was looking through me. Like, so what do you want? What are you gonna feed me? Right? Because my cat eats. She's a fat ass. Like, I don't even know if that's normal. She's not fat, but I've never seen a cat that never stops eating. All my buddies' pets, they eventually the cat goes away from the food. I can put as much food as I want in her bowl, and bro, she will never stop eating. And a lot of people said, "Oh, it's because you underfeed her." No, I overfed her, and she just never stops, like a machine, right? And I don't keep her at my place. I keep her at a different place. But when I need my wisdom from her, I go meditate with her, which I know is a lot really weird to a lot of you. I've had roommates in my past who had cats, and the cat would always chill around me, and I'd always be like, "Damn, it has something to teach me, but it doesn't speak English." I'm glad it doesn't speak English. It's doing the fucking teaching through instinctual wisdom, right? And then when I don't have her, I look at tiger videos and I study the tiger. And I go, it's full becoming, right? It's the highest tier of the cat. And most Americans are dogs, bro. They're just, hey, Sally, hey, Selena, hey, Ashley, hey, what, bro? She doesn't like you. You're creeping her out. Hey, you see Russian men, they're extremely masculine. They don't have dogs. They only have cats. What the fuck?
I think this is actually what's wrong with society because if we had more, lions, I guess you could say, then I don't think that women would be dominating over men in such a way. We need strong men.
Those women who dominate men today just had strong male incarnations in the past. Like, let's be real. Like they did the man's job for them.
I wondered that about the transgender people actually, if perhaps they were like very like tied in with their previous gender in a previous life. But then again, I also do see that it could be also propaganda.
It's usually someone who doesn't fill the role. Like if Zherka doesn't do Zherka shit, even in the next life, I start trying to do it. Let's say I choose I haven't done this in so long, but let's say I did a female incarnation. I'm telling you right now, I would still have desires to do Zerka shit. That's why I say to people, don't repress yourself. Well, how do I know if I can move forward? So long as you're not harming someone else, because you will degrade in morality. Let's be real. When you move forward in life, it's not always a moral step forward. Sometimes you take a step back and then you see the whole picture and then you go back to being forward. A lot of people don't get that. They just don't. When people say, "Oh, how can you guess what God is thinking?" God's one rule is you live your life to the fullest. It's not actually being a good person because if you suppress you living your life to the fullest to be a good person, guess what happens to you? You shoot up a kindergarten. The most suppressed people in society are school shooters. So understand how the soul works, right? If you want to draw, right? If you want to, I like for my note taking, I like to sketch. but I do it because I know my inner nature, it needs to sketch. Although for 10 years didn't sketch. But I bring it back because I go, whoa, whoa, I'm way off balance on my artistic side, right? And people can only do what everyone else is doing, bro. Everyone else is mechanical. They're like retarded. You know, the hardest part of life is entering the zeitgeist without getting possessed by it. So if everyone's doing something, you can dabble in it, but you're supposed to let go of it. Not Stiko. Hey, everyone's being Muslim. Andrew Tate. I'm coming to you, Andrew. That's what happened. What went wrong there? Don't You're supposed to dabble in Achilles' water. You're not supposed to drown in the immortal waters of the zeitgeist. You know how if you follow the crowd, you feel empowered for a minute? You're not supposed to get swallowed by it. It's very sad. Okay, what's my uptime?
You have been swinging the sword, bro. You have been swinging it.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing I hate about reality is, have you noticed even the greatest teachers have to repeat themselves all the time? And dude, if I enjoyed repeating myself, I would fucking make YouTube videos every single day of my life. How do these streamers, every single streamer just keeps repeating themselves and nobody catches on that nobody catches on. Hey, you said that. For me, the greatest insult you could say to me is, you said that already, right? That's what, if you look in, especially at thezerkaofficial.com, we try and avoid that. If someone says you said that already, so I've even turned it off. I said, fuck it then. You know, oh, I have said it. I turn it off. But humans only learn if you crisscross it 7 times. You have to repeat it in different ways, and it's really linked to sales. Let's be real. Salesmen repeat themselves, but no, no, you have to go back to the basics all the time. And I don't like that. You know, like I've got so many notes of my advanced studies when I'm 38 years old that I'll be leaking on you guys if I'm still alive. But I want to leak them today. I want to leak them today. I even have pictures of how I will look and how I will dress at that age. And I have my whole life mapped up, and it gets really blurry around the age 40 for me, 40, maybe 42, 43. So I can't, when it gets blurry like that, it feels like I die around that. No, I shouldn't say that. But
No, no, you'll make it past it. Don't worry.
no, no, I can't see that. Right, that would be a failure if I make it past it. I would have to be so serious. Oh, I would have to be the most serious. I would have to be Jordan Peterson level. If I make it to 40 years old, if I don't suit and tie, button down, go nuts, really, I'm supposed to start that next year. That really mature phase.
Suit and tie, Zerka.
Yeah, the really the sneako phase, the mature phase, but not for the aesthetic. Just to remind,
Checking the PSP.
not for the aesthetic. It's more for the age. You know, I think Sneakers is a little premature. He's 27, 28.
I feel like I've come a long way from the early 2000s where I was wearing bright neon tracksuit pants, right? And going to like raves and stuff.
The only reason I ever wanted money in my life is so I can wear bathrobes in public. And as soon as I started doing that, I felt like an old Tai Chi master, like some Zen Buddhist Japanese nigga. And bro, I'm telling you, the fact that I can wear a robe and a bamboo hat in public and meet a beautiful woman and she's not embarrassed to be around me, that's money. That's the only reason you should ever get rich, right? But I can't do that because my brothers would kill me if they saw me like that. But because I want to add a sword to this look. I think I want to add a sword, bamboo hat, and a Versace bathrobe. I think that's my
Now we're
style.
talking.
Now we're
Now we're
talking, right?
talking.
Right. I want people to say, bro,
No, that should be the bare minimum, bro. What the
yeah,
fuck is happening?
yeah. That your pure inner autism has to lead, bro. You know that bare
Yeah,
minimum. You have to
the
walk around with
longer you,
swords.
that actually helped me the most from your lessons.
Yeah,
You gotta let the intrusive myth, whatever is conspiring within you, you gotta let it out in some way, some
dude.
point,
I
some
had
shape,
this.
some form.
I had this one kid. He kept forgetting the lesson that thinking has to have an object, like it has to have a target, or else it's your thinking can really fail you. And he wouldn't understand it. Took a million times in one-on-one lessons. He wouldn't get it. He wouldn't get it for we. He just like an idiot. Like, sorry to be mean, but there are idiots in the world. And so one day I'm like, yo, if I'm gonna speak this idiot's language, I got him to buy this bow and arrow, real bow and arrow. So you have to be careful with it. I made him spend he's rich, whatever. Made him spend his money, and he'd walk around with that bow and arrow in his house every time he got. I'd give him some lessons to do, and he never forgot again. He never forgot that thinking has to have a target. Just because he's holding a bow the whole day as he's working, he'd have to sleep with the bow. The bow would be a part of his life. Sometimes I do my speeches. I'm holding a sword. I like to collect swords. But yeah, thinking has to have a target. A lot of people don't realize this. There's like, if you go your whole life without realizing thinking must have a target, dude, you will never know when you're winning and when you're losing. Things are just happening to you, right? And a lot of people don't like to admit that it should have a target because that means 99% of the things you're watching on your phone should be deleted. But you shouldn't delete it because you're a loser. So continue being a loser and have no target.